Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in his out in betweeners, can you hear me? Uh, yep, lovely jubbly, excellent. Right, now you're going to notice, just to let you know, you're going to notice some things in the chat from Nightbot. I've noticed some of them are saying that some certain things aren't working at the moment. This is the first time I've used Nightbot. Just trying to get to grips with it. So if you see some things posted by Nightbot, some of them you need to ignore. Others are relevant. For example, asking people to behave in the comments. But I will be working on that over the coming week, and hopefully it will be sorted as of next week. Evening, Princess Angela. The main reason that I'm using Nightbot is because, as you probably know, we've been having an absolute fucking torrid when it comes to picking winners for competitions. It's a fucking nightmare. So I've decided to use Nightbot so that I can use the function within Nightbot to be able to pick a winner at random from the comments, rather than asking you to go and see another video and comment on that other video. Then I've got to faff about counting the comments and all that kind of crap, and it's a nightmare. So I'm using Nightbot mainly for that reason. Okay, so just so you're aware of what's going on, so keep you in the loop, so to speak. So how's everybody doing? How's your week been? Been a bit of a weird one this week, isn't it? That's for sure. How you doing, Michael? Hi, Sarah. Evening. Lucifer, piss off. Hello, Scott, mate. I'm doing all right, Scott, to be honest. A bit tired, but that's nothing unusual there, is there? What's up, Lisa? Evening, Rights Defender. My thoughts on the Queen's passing this week, and what do I think about Charles being king? Now, I'm no royalist. In fact, I, as with the government, I pay as little attention to those people as possible, to be quite honest. Now, I did. Oh shit, Lisa, I'm sorry to hear that. To a wedding, how did that happen? Yeah, I don't really follow any of that stuff. The royal family have no impact on my life really, apart from the fact that the video I put up the other day. Now, to be fair, I lost about 14 subscribers on that video yesterday. The first video I put up saying this is a Queen-free zone. Oh, she was the best man. Oh, sorry, Lisa. Sorry, my apologies. I put up that video yesterday saying Queen-free zone, and I said in it, now that the Queen has turned back into a lizard and crawled back into the caves underground. Now, that wasn't a dig at the Queen, by the way. That was, I don't believe in this whole reptilian stuff that some people go on about. If they believe that, that's based on their opinion of stuff. But that was a joke. And it wasn't a joke about her dying, okay? It was a joke about the fact that I think it's funny that some people think the royal family are reptilians. So that's what that was. That's first of all. Secondly, what did I say in that video again? Yeah, my own personal opinion is that they've never really, well, they've never done anything for me. As far as I'm concerned, the Queen dying is just like a woman 12 streets away that I've never met in my life dying. It affects me in absolutely no way whatsoever, per se. And therefore, I have no feelings one way or the other. Now, I do know, however, that Charles is a bit of a WEF fan, World Economic Forum fan, and that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's a bit dangerous. And for him now to be king when he's buddied up with Klaus Schwab and some of the others, then I don't necessarily think good things will come of it. But as I say, that video cost me some 14, 15 subscribers the last time I looked. But like I said to him in the comments, this channel's about free speech. Well, it's not about free speech, but I promote free speech. Okay, I promote people being able to say what they want to say, even if it might upset other people, providing it's not inciting a crime or committing a crime. Obviously, saying what I said was neither of those. But some people decided to attack me personally because of that video, rather than the opinion itself. So as I said to them, and as I'll say to anybody else that's watching that thinks that I am disgusting, which was one of the words used, disgusting, what was the other words I was called? Oh, I can't remember. But if you think I'm an arsehole for that video I put up yesterday, and as I said to everybody else, let me hold the door open for you on your way out. Okay, because that is my opinion, what I put in that video. My channel, my opinion. If you can't take it that somebody's got an opinion that differs from yours, then I suggest this probably isn't the place for you to be. So there we go. So that's my take really on the whole thing. Okay, I don't really care, you know, that she's gone. It makes no difference to me. It's sad, obviously, that somebody's died. Obviously, it's always sad when somebody dies. But you know, I'm not going to be crying at the gates of Buckingham Palace over somebody that has done literally nothing for me. You know, I've answered a few people, and that is, you know, they've said to me about the Queen, and the way I see it is, look, the Queen had all this land, or the royal family have all this land, all this wealth that ultimately is stolen. Okay, all of the jewels and everything else is stolen from other places. Okay, appropriated from other countries. They were involved in slavery and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and to me, that makes them no better than some of the people that I report on this channel. So if you are a royalist and you don't like my opinion, which I'm not going to go into it any more than I just have, because this channel's not about the royal family, but if you're a royalist but you don't like my opinion, then unfortunately it's tough, and I would suggest that you go and find another channel to watch. I'd prefer it if you didn't. I'd prefer you to be adult and understand that everybody's got different opinions, and we can still live in a world or be in a group where people have different opinions. But if you can't, then see you later. So, but that's that. Yeah, so Nightbot's having a nightmare trying to post some of the things. So, right, I'll have to keep an eye on that. I'll try and figure that out during the week. But there we go. So I'm leaving it at that anyway. I'm leaving that there. We're not going to get into that, because that's not what the channel's about. Although when the phone lines are open, when the panel's up, if that's something you wish to talk about, then by all means you can, because you can talk about whatever you want on this channel, providing it doesn't get the channel into trouble. But again, I just want everybody to understand that people will have difference of opinions, but it does not mean that we should fall out with each other. Okay, this is the entire plan, okay, of the elite, the government and the elite, okay, is for us to be arguing with each other, for us to say, oh, I don't like that opinion, I'm not talking to them anymore. Because all that does is creates more division, and you are falling for it, hook, line and sinker, every fucking time. So grow a backbone, stiffen that spine up, grow a pair of balls, right, and just understand that we have all got fucking opinions, and other people have got opinions that we don't like. In fact, on Facebook, I put a post on Facebook saying, look, I understand there's a vast array of opinions on this. What's pissing me off this week is that all the royalists are saying to people that don't like the royals, shut up, keep your opinions to yourself, nobody wants to hear it. But isn't it funny how it's only the royalists that are saying that? The people that don't care one way or the other aren't telling royalists to shut up, aren't telling royalists to keep their opinions to themselves. They allow them to have their opinion. So it's weird how the baddies, even when it comes to left and right, okay, political spectrum, it's weird how the right tend to allow everyone to say what they want to say, but the left are always trying to shut people down. It's like this royalist and non-royalist. The royalists want people to shut up, keep their views to themselves and not share their opinions, but yet they want to be allowed to share their opinions themselves. And I think that is a complete and utter fuck up. And that is where we're stuck at in the moment in society. So, there we go. Sorry, but that was quite funny, Paul. In fact, I'm going to put that up on the screen because I did find that funny. Oh dear, oh dear. Had to call local police out yesterday due to my friend's neighbour causing trouble. 2 officers attended, were pretty switched on, did a good job. So as long as they didn't assault anybody that shouldn't have been assaulted, and didn't arrest your friend for making a complaint, then we're on the right lines, aren't we? Oh, sounds like upstairs the little girl upstairs doesn't want to go to bed. Rights defender, you can ask my opinion, of course you can, absolutely. I don't know if you can hear that, the little girl upstairs crying. Evening, DJ Ray. Thank you very much. Behave yourself, Scott. I mentioned Prince Andrew and the baby cried. Oh shit. Good evening, Mr. Whittington. Good evening, Psycho's missus. Nice to see you both. Heisenberg, how are you? Mr. Nuts just commented, Mr. Whittington. Look. Evening, Joe. What's my opinion on police privatisation? I think it's a bad idea. I think police privatisation's a bad idea. and not because I've watched all of the RoboCop films either. I genuinely think it's a bad idea. You look at these companies now, it's all about profit. Okay, look at the prison system, it's all about profit. So the fundamental basics of the organisation goes out the window when it becomes a private entity. I will be Chrissy, yes mate, I will be. So if the police became a private entity, okay, it would be run by fucking G4S or one of these other shitty security groups that who clearly don't give a fuck about the rules because they hide their ID cards, their SIS cards. They put their hands on when they shouldn't be putting their hands on. I know the police do that already, but the only good thing about it being a private company is being able to hold the individual to account. Easier, but the overall ethos, shall we say, of the organisation would quickly, very quickly go out the window, and I think it would be very bad for all of us. What do you think? Do you think it's a good or a bad idea? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be the only one that had that view. Is that a tattoo of my lady witness? Let's not get into upsetting people who aren't here, because they'll only go and slag me off on their channel when I'm not there to defend myself, because that's what they do. I'm still waiting for Joe Public to come and issue his proof that he's got. And who's the other guy? Pete, was it Peter Pope or something? Is that who it was? Peter Pope. I'm sure these people said they'd get evidence to me of my wrongdoings. I'm still waiting. That's nice to know, Rights Defender. Thank you very much. Peter Pope, yeah. Stop affirming me, Scott. Yeah, it's weird that Nightbot's only allowing one of the timed messages to go through. I'm definitely going to have to look at that. Yeah, definitely have to look at that. Still waking up, Roger. You had a little nap this afternoon, yeah? I thought I'd get a couple of hours at four, about 4 o'clock, I think it was. I thought, oh, I'll get a couple of hours. I got an hour. Lost Souls, did you just put a request for bot commands? I can't see it. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You had to go wake him up. I got an hour. I could have done with a bit more than that, but such is life. Um, Also, just I'm gonna say this relatively early in this video. The Normally I do these live streams on a Sunday night. They normally go on for quite a while. Now, I need to be working on my other channel as well at the moment, okay, on the Independent Media Alliance channel. Now, I've got some work that I need to put into a video on that channel, as well as doing what I do on this channel. And therefore, I'm not going to be able to be as late as we normally are on these live streams, which means I'm going to have to cut at 12 o'clock, okay. You will get used to it. I know we normally do later than that, but I will have to cut at 12 o'clock at the latest. Yeah, that will allow me to work on the other channel as well, which is massively important, as important as this one, although there's nothing on there just yet. But if you haven't subscribed to that channel yet, I really should have a notepad. Really should have a notepad. I know somebody in there's got a notepad with the channel on. It's Independent Media Alliance -IMA. I'm sure somebody will stick a... There we go. Lost Souls Paranormal, as always, is on the ball. Thank you, Lost Souls. So Lost Souls just put a link in to the channel. There will be a video going out this week on that channel, which is I think will surprise quite a lot of people. But once the channel goes out, or once the video goes out, there should be a video roughly every week, whilst we bring further information on the situation that we're dealing with at the moment. Yeah, at the moment, Princess Angela, but I've got some timed commands which should be going out as well, but it's not actually working properly, so I need to look into that as well. Yeah, and I need to find out other commands as well. But the main reason for getting it is to do the giveaways, which tonight we will be giving away a wireless microphone. Wireless mobile phone microphone, and this is a USB-C connection. I will just take it out just to show you whilst we're relatively early. Oh, it's all falling out. So what you get in this is you get a receiver which plugs into your USB-C on your mobile phone. You've got two wireless lavalier mics, which literally just clicks on. I'm using the wrong hand, I'm doing it the wrong way around, but it just clips onto you wherever you want it, and it will pick up your voice far clearer from a distance from your phone as well. So you can put your phone down somewhere, you can walk away up to a certain distance, and it will still pick up your voice as clear as day. And what's good about this as well is, especially if you are this is me thinking about the police here, if you're thinking, if you get stopped by the police, for example, or if you see a police interaction and you put your camera on and you've got this running and you've got the lavalier mic clipped to you. Oh, what's going on? Oh no, it's all falling out of the package. Hold on, it's all fallen out. I'm back. So if you have the lavalier mic on and the police take your phone off you and put your phone down, which they tend to do, you've still got your lavalier mic on you, which will pick up absolutely everything that's being said. So again, it is not just practical, but it's could potentially save you getting stitched up, or could help you when it comes to a claim. Now, also talking about claims, I think you all, well, most people that are watching this will know Shut up, Smudge. Most people watching this video, watching this live stream, will know that in 2019, I was arrested outside a police station local to me. Now, I was trying to, at the time, I was trying to build some, and I know some people think I'm lying about this, but, you know, that's entirely down to you what you believe. At the time, I was looking to film some footage for a website template, okay? If any of you have supported the channel through PayPal, you'll see that the name on the PayPal, other end of the PayPal link is Earn Like a Pro. Now, that particular business that I was hoping to set up or setting up was going to offer people website templates to run their online presence from. I wanted to use some footage to create a website template which would have looked good with like a police theme. So I went to try and capture some footage of fire engines, ambulances. Fire engines and ambulances didn't come out. So I went to the back of the police station, which is next door to the fire yard and ambulance yard. Whilst I was there, I got questioned by a copper who didn't like the fact that I was trying to get stock footage. He didn't understand what stock footage was, and rather than looking it up, what is stock footage, even though I explained it quite clearly, he decided that he was going to ignore that anyway and try and push me for my details, which I refused to give him. If you've seen the video, if you haven't seen the video, if you look on my channel and you look up, just put in the words part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and it will bring that video up. Okay, so rather than give you the full name of it, just search my channel for the words part 1 or part 2 or part 3 or part 4, and it will bring up those videos. Anyway, after a little while, I got surrounded by 8 coppers. One of them started threatening me with Section 44 of the Terrorism Act, which obviously we know doesn't exist anymore, and it didn't exist back then either. It was repealed, you know, some 8-9 years previous. Then I was threatened with arrest under Section 50 of the Police Reform Act for not giving my details. Now, Section 50 of the Police Reform Act says that if you are or have been engaged in antisocial behaviour is basically intentionally causing other people harassment, alarm, distress. I was doing none of that. But they arrested me for refusing to give my details anyway. Now, the Section 50 of the Police Reform Act is a bit like public order. Okay, it's a bit like breach of the peace. As soon as they remove you from that place, the breach of the peace is then over. So you can't really get arrested and charged for a breach of the peace. Sort of. I mean, you can, but generally speaking, you can't, because as soon as they remove you from that position, from that situation, the breach is over. It's the same with Section 50, failing to give your name and date of birth. But as soon as you do give your name and date of birth, the offence is then over. When I got back to the police station, remembering I had 2 dogs at the time, I couldn't stay there for 24 hours because I had the dogs. If I didn't have the dogs, I'd have sat there in the cell for 24 hours, put my feet up, got my head down and waited. But I gave my details when I got to the police station. But they still kept me for 3 hours, or nearly 3 hours in a cell, when they should, or the custody sergeant should have said, right, offence is over, off you go. Anyway, this was in 2019, February 2019. I've been fighting that since then. A couple of weeks ago, Merseyside Police wrote to my brief and says, we are going to offer you hands down. Right? Now, what that means, I didn't know what it means, but what it means is basically, imagine a boxing match. Imagine the 2 of you are standing like that. Hands down means the fight's over. It means you both put your hands down, walk away, and you are both sort of, you just both ignore what's happened and think about it. That they tried to get me to do that under threat of me having to pay their legal costs if I lose. As we know, the police letters and stuff like that always says, well, if you do follow through with this, you could have to pay more. Well, yeah, you're right, I could have to pay more, but then if I'm in the right and you're in the wrong, then you'll have to pay more. Simple as that. So I told them to stick it. The very same day, my brief got back to me, and I think it was the same day. Anyway, my brief got back to me, and she said to me, she goes, I thought I was trying their luck, seeing if you'd just walk away. But basically, they have made an offer. It's not what I would have liked, but after more than 3 years, I think I'm just, not think, I am. In fact, I've told the brief just to accept it, just to get this over and done with. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because I say it all the time, that if there's an incident, don't give up. Not to give up on these situations. It's been over 3 years, 3.5 years, over 3.5 years. And it would have been very easy for me to go, oh, fuck it, it's not worth it. The same as it's very easy for other people to say, oh, fuck it, it's not worth it. But it is worth it. Now, obviously, the police will say it's not an admission of guilt. But let's face it, actions speak louder than words. If it's not an admission of guilt, then why would they pay? Why not take it to court? See what I'm saying? So I've accepted the offer, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, because it's to be honest, it's irrelevant what the amount is. It's not a lot. I'll put it that way. It's okay. It's, but it's not a lot. My metropolitan arrest will be far more, but it's a win at the end of the day. And let's face it, if it wasn't for, thank you, Diver Dan, if it wasn't for that arrest, I wouldn't have set this channel up. So I've gained far more, not financially, but I've gained far more out of that arrest than what they've offered me. So to me, I've had a win out of this anyway, because I wouldn't have done this channel had it not been for that ridiculous arrest and detention. So anyway, I'm sorry I've just rolled on for about 10 minutes there about something some of you probably don't even know about, because you might be new. But as I say, if you haven't seen the video, search my channel. It's some of the very first, it's within the very first sort of 20 videos on this channel. And if you search for part 1, part 2, part 3 or part 4, just those words, part 1 or part 2 or part 3 or part 4, it will bring up one of those videos, and they all link to each other. So if you bring up part 3, it'll also link to part 2 and part 4. So if you haven't seen it, check it out at some point. But I wanted to let you know anyway. I wanted to let you know that we've had a win. And had it not been for that situation, then we certainly wouldn't be where we are now. There's 156 people watching at the moment, and I thank each and every one of you. But again, had it not been for them, for the police, then we wouldn't even be here now. So there we go. You can buy Smudge some police pants. I'd buy him a hat, but I don't think he'd wear it. Oh dear. How long do they take to pay? I think it takes about anywhere between, well, up to 4 weeks, I think it is. Answer your above question, Connie. Let me have a look. Sometimes the comments go past a bit quick and I don't get to see them all. Why do all police activists, I do use that word loosely, all want to wear designer branded clothing? It just shoves how much money you make in my face. I couldn't answer how or why or what goes through the mind of other people. For me, however, I mean, let's be honest. Bench isn't exactly a designer. Do you know what I mean? You can buy free Bench t-shirts for 30 quid, for fuck's sake. This one wasn't any more than 15 quid. Do you know what I mean? So you talk about designer clothes as if I'm sort of flaunting how much money I make in your face, for example, when, as I've explained before on this channel, I have made a maximum of £5 per video since the start. That works out at about £2.10 per hour spent on this channel. And if you have a problem with me maybe spending a few quid on a t-shirt now and again, then I'm very worried about why you're on this channel, to be fair. Solid gold microphone, yeah. Evening, Daryl. Danny, I don't. Hang on. Is it the one that you said my 5 minutes of fame? Is it that one with the boat on fire? Because of your channel, you helped a good copper out. Well, if a decent copper has used anything from this channel that helps them to be a decent copper, then that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. So nice to hear. Thank you for letting me know. In your mate's bedroom, really. RJ, listen. The Ginger Whinger. The Ginger Whinger. We all know who I'm talking about here. The Ginger Whinger, the stalker, who took £300,000 off of his subscribers. £300,000 off of his subscribers to use against prosecuting the BBC, I believe it was. But yet he got taken to court. Therefore, he didn't pay for anything. Plus, he represented himself. The barrister was given to him by the court. Therefore, he didn't pay for that neither. And now he's brought, well, not now, but he brought his brother's house for 290 odd £1,000, I believe it was. And people are moaning at me for wearing a fucking t-shirt. Get a grip. Sorry, Nightbot. Nightbot just told me off, told me it's not a place to bitch and moan. Well, to be fair, if you go on M&M Direct, and this isn't a sponsored video, M&M Direct is where I get most of my stuff from. All right, cheap designer stuff because it's out of date. It's a new season, you know. It's last season's fashion. I don't care. I don't care if I can get, you know, if I can get a t-shirt that would normally cost £40 and I only pay £15 for it. Then why the fuck shouldn't I? I wear a tracksuit in the pool. Shell suit, not tracksuit. Get it right. Right. Okay. So I'm going to finish. I've got about 2 or 3 mouthfuls left of this coffee. Then as soon as I finish this, we're going to get the calls open. We're going to get the lines open. We'll do a couple of hours taking calls, or an hour and a half taking calls, and then we'll get panel on, and we'll get some random weirdos on the panel. But when we do open the panel up again, if you are, especially if you've not been on before, and you want to come and have a chat about anything, excuse me, even if you want to slag me off. So those, you know, those people that hide behind the WhatsApp number, and they phone up and they go, "Oh, you're a scammer. Oh, you said you wouldn't look at my video unless I paid you." See, those kind of people, they can come on the panel and do the same and show their face and actually be man enough to front me about it. Do you know what I mean? But of course they won't. So there we go. But such is life. Anyway, a couple of sips of this, get the lines open, and we'll get some conversation going. Mike Barr, I do. I have to take venlafaxine and mirtazapine, and what's the other one? Quetiapine. Venlafaxine, mirtazapine, and quetiapine are what I take. And this is why you hardly see videos of me out and about. It's very rare that you'll see a video of me out and about, unless it's just outside the front door. Because going anywhere other than the local shop does cause anxiety. So, but to be fair, those tablets, I've got a review coming up. Oh shit, when's the review? Not tomorrow, the Monday after, I think it is. Yeah, not tomorrow, but on the 19th, I've got a review on my medication. And we'll see what happens there. But to be honest, I don't feel like it does much. I carry on taking it, but I don't feel that it does much. But the reason I carry on taking it, and I know there's people that don't agree with taking like antidepressants, but when I don't take the venlafaxine, it wrecks me. It absolutely wrecks me. And it genuinely sends my head down the fucking shitter. And I feel awful. I feel depressed. I feel suicidal. It's genuinely horrible. But we're not gonna turn this into you know, we're not gonna make this a one-man vigilante video where I sit here all night saying about my afflictions. You've asked a question. I've answered that question, and we'll leave it there for now. But yeah, so I am on meds. What tattoo did I get? That one. Now, apparently, I never knew this. In fact, not apparently, because I watched it afterwards. Lucifer said to me that Samaritan, was it Samaritan? The film Samaritan, with Sylvester Stallone in. One of the baddie in there or something has got a death head moth on his hand. I'd never seen it before, and then after he told me, I had to go and watch it. So I did, and it's true. There is one. Not quite the same, but similar enough. Okay, right, that's it, guys. I do need to stop smoking. You're right. And I wish it was as easy to do as it was for me to stop drinking when I stopped many years ago, although I do drink again now. I do vape. It's a nice pink one, boys. Chase me. It's a nice pink one. I do vape. But I still have to smoke as well. But I am cutting down on my smokes, which is good. So anyway, let's see what people have to say for themselves. Okay, here we go. Lines are now open. You can Skype me if you've got Skype by searching Dan Papp and looking for my logo, or you can call me on 01515289590. It's 01515289590. You can share a story. You can whistleblow. That would be nice to get some whistleblowers on here. You can talk crap, as in anything you want to talk about, or if you want, as you've heard before, you can simply phone up and call me names. I guarantee I've heard worse. And here we go. Right, hello caller. Hello, Chrissy. 1 second, mate. I just want to make sure everyone can hear you. Right, can you all hear Chrissy there? There might be a slight delay. No, they can't, they say. Oh, don't start this again. Can you not hear him at all? This is... See, I can't do anything right when it comes to tech. Oh, well. Oh, hang on a second. Let me... Sorry. Oh, fucking lost you again. Hang on. Oh, what's... Right. Can you still not hear him? Some people are saying they can hear you, but you're very quiet. Let me try turning that up. Hang on, I've just turned you up a little bit. Some people are saying they can't hear you at all. Oh, this is typical. This is... You're not having a laugh, are you, folks? Because like... No, not you, not you. What the fuck, you know? I've just turned the volume up on there. Oh, this is piss take. This is, it really is. Give us a sec. Let me just double check it. Yeah. No. Just hang on. Just one sec. Just stay there for 1 second, if you don't mind. Um, that's correct. That is correct. Right, that's all correct because they can hear me. Um, that's output. That's... I'm sure that's correct as well. Audio. That's correct. And speakers input. So that's correct as well. I don't get why it's... No, I don't know why. I'm not sure why they're... I'm not... Right. Right. Yeah, listen, I'll chuck you. I've got your number still. I'll chuck you my number over later, um, and we'll have a chat at some point, maybe tomorrow if you can. That's it, man. All right. This. I know people are still having difficulties hearing what you're saying, so I'm just gonna. Will do. All right, man. Take it easy. No worries. Right. I'm sorry. I say this isn't a police abusing powers live stream without some kind of balls up. Now I'm going to answer this call to see whether or not it was the call or whether it's my end. So, hello, caller. Hello, who's that? It is. Right. Right. Let me let me just hang on. I'm just waiting to see if people. No, they still can't hear anything. Right. Let me just. Guys, can you tell me if you can hear this ringing? Right. They're, they're not getting. They're getting absolutely nothing from Skype whatsoever. Right. Right. I'm just trying to see. Right. I know there's a slight delay of a few seconds. Um, Still nothing. Right. No, they're still saying I can't hear anything. Right. No worries. No worries, man. We'll have. All right. We'll have a chat over the next couple of days. All right, man. No worries. All right, no problem, Graham. I'll speak to you soon. Oh, all right. I'll speak to you soon. All right. All right. Take it easy. So, mate. Bye, bye. Right. For the time being, I'm going to have to go back to this for a moment and knock that on the head for a minute. I haven't updated OBS because I've seen that there's been some issues, so I'm still running the last OBS. Um, the OBS sound isn't going through the Skype sound isn't going through OBS. It's going through Voice Meter, and it's Voice Meter that's picking up the microphone, the system audio, and the Skype audio. But the fact that I can hear everything, but it's just not showing at all on. And what is weird. What is weird is that when I play the ringtone on Skype to test it, it shows on Voice Meter, but it's not going from Voice Meter into StreamYard out to you. So it's not OBS. It's not OBS. It's something to do with how Skype is going through Voice Meter and into StreamYard, but the settings are the same as they've always been. Nothing's changed on the settings. Nothing's changed on the settings, Sonic. So even settings in StreamYard are are the same. Right, tell me if you can hear. Tell me if you can hear this. Did anyone hear that? No, so you're still not hearing it. What the hell? That's correct. Voice meter is correct as well. That's right. Okay. Can you hear? Can you hear that? Did you hear that? Still no. What the hell? That and that. That is. If I unplug the headphones, you're going to end up with a loop, a serious echo situation going on. Right. Did you hear that? Really? Oh, what the hell? There's no audio going through OBS. OBS is being used solely for video. All the audio is running through Voice Meter and into StreamYard. Fuck's sake. It's doing my fucking Swede writing. No, it doesn't work, Matt. It won't work doing the audio from Skype through the OBS. I can't remember who it was I worked with now. We spent 2 days trying to figure out how to get this to work, and he had to, on his test PC, he had to install what I've got installed, and he spent like a day and a bit trying to figure out how to get it working, and I have to open these programs in a specific way in order for it to work properly, otherwise it doesn't work properly. And this is because I'm not really a YouTuber and I don't have the money to pay someone to do it, or to or have the time to learn to do it properly. So I didn't, before using Voice Meter, I didn't do it. I didn't have the panel and StreamYard before Voice Meter. Restart audio, and yeah, the problem is, Viper, if I start, my luck, this is my luck, if I start restarting stuff, it's going to fuck things up even more, and I'm going to have to close the stream, restart the whole computer, and then try again, and it might not, even then it might not work. Yeah, I've got a page. I've got a page how to use Voice Meter with StreamYard, and that's every week when I set up, I go through and I make sure the settings are the same and they haven't changed, and they are. They're still the same now. Nothing has changed. Right. I've checked the input and output on Skype, the input on StreamYard, the input and output on Voice Meter, and it's all just telling me to go fuck myself, basically. So, with that said, I think we're wasting too much time fucking about with that. So this is what I don't get. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and I don't change. I've got no reason to change the settings for it. The only setting that I need to change is the system audio. So whereas when I'm on a live stream, I change the system audio to Voice Meter input. When I'm doing when I'm not using live stream, I change it back to the normal speakers, and that's it. That's all I have to do. And that's worked most of the time, but occasionally we have these fucking issues. Anyway, with that said, we're going to have an issue with that tonight, and I'm going to piss off a lot of people if I keep trying to fix this. So my apologies for those of you who I piss off for not being able to fix it. Again, I've got no fucking clue as to what is going on. It shouldn't have changed. Nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing's changed, but it just doesn't want to fucking work. So with that said, I'm going to have to open a panel up instead. So my apologies, people. Who knows? Who knows? When the channel hits 100,000 subscribers, I'll be able to pay somebody to come and set it all up for me, and then have them on speed dial for when it goes tits up. But until then, unfortunately, we have to what's the word? Navigate around these problems. So, right. I do have Discord, Viper. The Discord is in the description. The Discord link. In fact, I've got a feeling that Nightbot has fucked up as well. Oh no, it's still there. It's still there. Right. Okay. So with that in mind, if you've not been on the panel before, it would be nice to hear you, nice to hear from you, nice to see you, nice to chat to you. So if you want to jump on, and you want to chat, then let's see you. Let's hear from you. In fact, so normally what I'd do is I'd do the phone in, and then I'd go have my coffee and then get started on the panel. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to be right back because I am going to go quickly make myself a brew, which will take me 2 minutes at most. And when I come back, we shall hopefully have some more people in the back office of StreamYard, and we will get them on for discussions. So I shall be just one momento. You behave yourselves talking about me behind my back. Right. So we've got usual suspects sitting in the back room here. We have Mr. Roger.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir. We have Mr. Andrew Horn.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Is that working, Dan?
I can hear you, mate. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Fantastic.
We also have DJ Sonic. Good
Sonic.
evening, sir. And
Hello,
we
DJ Sonic.
We also have Mr. Bobby Kent.
Hi, Rod, you all right now,
Good
lad?
evening, Bobby.
How
You all right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Just took a bit
Scott,
of a
you
funny
all right?
turn there. Yeah, I am
Thanks,
now.
brother, you.
Yeah, I'm fine, lad. Fine.
Now,
Good lad,
what I want to do before we go any further, I want to give away. We've got 106 people on here. I want to give away this wireless microphone now. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you so you can see that this is all above boards.
Oh, beefy.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh, hello, sailor.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
You might want to keep that microphone to hold against the fucking like the incoming calls.
I've got my own one.
Just hold it up to your headphones or some shit so we can all hear them.
Is your missus all right, Sonic, now? She's...
Aye, cheers, mate.
What was wrong with her, DJ? If it's not too personal.
No, it was just like the last couple of weeks have been pretty hellish. Like with the whole funeral and everything.
Right, so we're back.
No,
Right,
my
okay.
brother
All right, guys. So what we're going to do is I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to share my screen with you. So screen share, window capture, Nightbot giveaways. Okay, and let me shrink the page down a bit so it fits, and then I will show you what is going on, just so you've got an idea and so you know that this is all above board. So, okay, can you all still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
You guys can. Can everyone in the comments still hear me? Yes, you can. This time you don't have to do anything. This time this is completely automated. What you can see, let me bring this up on the on the page. What you can see, this is Nightbot. These are all of your comments that are going on. So if you want to have a look, yes, but make your screen bigger, please. Is there? So this is live comments that are coming in on the live chat. I will make the screen slightly bigger. I just want to give you an idea of what you're seeing here, that's all. So if I now make this bigger to there and do that. Right, okay. So at the top here, okay, channel members, users, channel members, regulars, mods, okay, so I click that, so anybody is able to now win this. All right, so again, what this is, let me just come back to you. Now, I've explained to you already, this is a wireless lavalier mic. It plugs into your USB-C. Okay, so if you've got an iPhone, this one's not going to work, okay, because this has got a USB-C connector. You connect the receiver into USB-C, you wear your lavalier mic on your top somewhere, and it will pick your voice up clear as day, no matter how far away from the camera you are, to a certain extent, say 20 meters or something like that. But all the instructions are in there. Piece of piss to use. Plug it in, hold the button on the microphone, turns on after a couple of seconds. That's it, job done. So what we do is we click on here, roll it. Okay, so this is for anybody that's been active within the last 5 minutes are eligible to win. If I do it longer than that, then people would have left the live stream. They might have won and we might not be able to get hold of them. So this is for people pretty much active, you know, within the last 5 minutes. So you should still be active now. I can turn the luck for regular users as opposed to moderators and other channel members.
Dan.
Yes.
Sorry to interject. I do apologise. Someone's got a load of background noise on the channel, on the live.
Right.
All I can hear is some TV playing.
All right.
Someone in the chat. As well.
I'll deal with that in a second.
Ollie.
I want to get this given up first of all. So everybody's luck is the same. I can turn people's luck up or down, but everybody's luck is identical. So I'm going to click roll it, and the name that appears is the person who has won this. So after all of that, Steve Jelly, randomly picked. Are you here, Steve Jelly? I've never heard your name before, so you must be somebody new to the channel. So Steve Jelly, I need you to be here, otherwise we're going to have to move it on to somebody else if we can't identify you within the next couple of minutes. Steve Jelly, are you there?
Can't even see his name in the chat.
No, me neither.
I haven't heard of him, Dan.
No. I've never, and I can't see a single Steve Jelly in a single comment.
No,
Yes,
Nightbot, he's a crap.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. Right, Steve Jelly, you've just won yourself a wireless lavalier mic for your mobile phone.
Well done, Steve.
Yeah, well done, Steve.
Congratulations.
well done,
Nice.
Steve.
What I need from you, Steve, is I need you to email me at policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. And I need an address to send this to, and I can get this off to you. So if you can email me, then we can get this sent off to you tomorrow or Tuesday, but it'll be with you this week, mate.
Jammy bastard.
Someone's cracked a little joke, that poet, and he's just gone on, well, as in jealous, obviously.
I was going to have 2 goes using the other channel as well, but
That's fucking cheating.
I'm kind of glad it wasn't me, because then I would end up looking like a fucking idiot trying to work out how to plug into my fucking Nokia.
Look at Mr. Nobody's comment, mate. That is epic.
Mr. Nobody.
That is epic.
As long as you don't come back, as a prophylactic being sold in a gay club. So, well, has that gone over everyone's
Whatever
head?
you do, don't.
No, congratulations, Steve, mate. Well done. Right.
thank you, Lost
anyway,
Souls.
So that's that done. That's out of the way. As I say, Steve, email me.
I told you to get rid of
um,
it, didn't I? I told you to get rid of it, Dan, on the channel.
What's that?
I said, I told you to get rid of that old piece of shit, that old speaker system.
Just, your
I said, just give it up
fucking
the competition on the channel. Flown, innit? Absolutely flown off the bookshelf.
Oh dear. Yes, Connie, I will put the names on. The only reason I took the names off initially was because I didn't want it getting in the way of the number that was on the screen. But you're right. As you know, it makes sense to put that back on. Excellent. So
Dan,
yeah,
I can still comment on your videos, any of your videos.
well, I looked through the blocks lists and I cannot see you in there. And I checked the day after and I still didn't see you in there. I have absolutely no fucking idea what's going on. Have you been able to comment on other people's videos?
Yeah, and comment on Rogers.
Yeah, he comments on mine, all right.
I was going to say there, Bobby. Dan's blocked you that fucking hard. You're not even on the list.
Don't fucking blame me. They start getting me into shit.
It's more likely to be YouTube. They've done it to one of my subs, literally on here. He comes over and comments on mine, but sometimes he comments on yours and they won't let him up.
Interesting.
Mind you, they mess me around more than they mess you at the moment.
But I haven't got a channel. I only comment on certain amounts of people.
Yeah, but they watch what you comment. That's the problem. You get too many flags from the bots, then they start getting the humans to look into it. That's why I've always said it. I'm quite honoured that they pay somebody there to sit there all day monitoring my channel. Because they got to have someone watching to be able to react as quick as they do to some things.
I've got a viewer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they certainly do react quickly in some cases. Don't
they? It's not just bots either, you can tell. Mine, the checks that they put mine through take twice as long as it does to upload the video.
Does anybody remember during the actual COVID malarkey, there was a user popped up, banned somebody from one of my live streams or kicked somebody's comment from one of my live streams. It was a user called Google something or other. And other people told me that it was like a censor person, somebody to censor what you're saying. Actually, and they actually showed up on the chat at one point.
Yeah, well, it's YouTuber in bed with Google. They let Google know if something that really upsets them, and that's how they get them removed off there. They remove your Google account and everything.
Yeah. Well, that's not good.
I think it was like some weird kind of looking like long names. It Mezapita. I don't fucking know how to pronounce it. But it's like an M and a Z and all that shit in it. It's got a long.
You want me to tell you why I was pissing myself laughing last week?
Your sound's in and out there, Sonic.
Oh, how's that?
Roger.
Roger.
Stream's buffering.
Dan, do you want me to tell you why I was pissing myself laughing last week?
You can do.
This our show. This was going to show you how dark my sense of humour is. Remember,
was the stream being interrupted then?
Remember I told you my uncle passed away?
Yes.
Yeah, what we've done is we put walkie-talkies. They had the fancy with the girls, and we put walkie-talkies in the room. So when he was coming in, we was talking.
Fucking hell.
Jesus.
That's my sense of humour. Sorry, that's what I say. I've got a dark sense of humour. I'm pissing myself laughing. I know that sounds sick, but when was the last time you ever heard me laugh on your channel? I've spoke to you about 1,000 times. Have you ever heard me laugh like that?
No, I don't think so.
Other than the last time you were giggling the fuck.
Oh. I know. That's what I'm saying to that. That's my sense of humour, Sonic.
All right. Stuart, I can see you in the back of StreamYard, yeah? Can you do us a favour? I can just about see you. Can you just do us a favour and just give me a middle finger or something? Yeah.
Says that to all the boys, don't worry.
Just so I know that you're actually a live person and not somebody, with a video playing trying to destroy my channel. That's all. So, right, I'm going to bring you on now, Stuart, okay?
That Angela said Cannibalism banned, so Crinkle must be back on the YouTube.
Hello, Stuart.
Hello.
How you doing?
Too bad.
Good evening, Stuart.
We turn the light on. See if you can see my ugly mug any better now.
No, I was. Do you know? I was
There we
panicking
go.
a bit there. My hand was hovering over the button. I thought he was going to turn the light on, and all of a sudden, there's going to be like strippers on a pole or something. Just
No, just some ugly bastard on the screen for you.
We'd have let the strippers up. You'd get away with that one.
I was just waiting on you sitting there shouting, Alexa.
No, you wouldn't want to see me naked.
So
like,
that
really,
might
I'm
be
like,
just have an
holy
adults
shit.
only live stream.
No, I
Anything
thought
goes.
to myself, a channel, you need people, so why the hell not, you know?
have we've not spoken before, have we, Stuart?
I don't believe
Or
so.
have we?
Well,
Have you commented-
in chat, I guess, you know, but...
It's okay. You know, it's only because your name doesn't ring a bell, is all. But then it's my brain sometimes doesn't register straight away.
Hey, I've had no
These days,
strokes, mine is
so-
the same, so...
Right. Well, it's nice. It's nice to have you on anyway. It's nice when new people want to come on and say hello and that, and we get to meet people, you know, rather than just an image with some text. So it's always nice to see somebody's face.
And it's
Oh,
easier
welcome
to
on.
get on here than it is phone in at the moment.
Well, I have the same
That's
issues
true.
on Twitch, you know, live streaming, so, I know the feeling.
I
it's
have
an
troubles
absolute-
no matter
absolute
what I'm
nightmare.
doing.
That's an age thing, Roger, you know? Oh, dear.
Evening, Danny.
So
Thank you.
So now, obviously, this week's been a bit of a mad week. I think we can all. I don't, you know, personally. Oh, just hit the microphone. Personally, I don't really want to go into all of the Queen and monarchy stuff. But if it's something that people want to talk about, then by all means, you can bring that up. Is there anything that anybody wants to talk about this week? Don't all shout at once.
Well, you've still got mainstream hiding what's going on over in the EU, haven't you?
Right, again, that's not something that I follow so much of because obviously I deal with mainly.
Lot of countries now are getting some absolutely huge protests
What
against
about
the
what,
government and that, and we're seeing nothing of it here.
I was just kind of thinking, what about my thoughts and opinions on Prince Charles III? The third.
Well, I said my opinion earlier, and that is that he from what I've seen, he's very good friends with old Klaus.
He's actually dropping the WEF.
Well,
That is something he said.
yeah, but let's
Aye.
face it, what people in
Right.
authority and these positions of power say and what they do are generally two different things. And
Agreed,
it doesn't mean that his position would have changed
No.
on how he thinks. So again, that's something that we have to sort of take with a pinch of salt, I think.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Massive dose of salt.
Yeah. Well, it's like old Truss, isn't it? She promised this, that, and the other, and so far she's just turned everything off.
Well, she's a fucking Ramona. You've got this fucking
Yeah.
Charles. He's a complete global.
Well, the first thing she did was shelve the rights bill, so that's left the borders wide open. Nothing can do a bloody thing to stop them.
Right.
Oh, the borders there, that's
Can I
a whole
just
new
say,
discussion,
comment,
isn't it?
can I
Yeah.
just comment on somebody just put in the post? I think his name is Connie something. No, I haven't
Connie.
been on other channels. I don't think I spoke to you. And Sarah, like I said to you, my humour is sick and twisted and fairly dark. So,
do you think he'll go to digital
There's a lot of,
currency straight away?
Well, it saves changing all the
There's a
notes
lot
and
of-
coins, doesn't it?
A lot of people in the chat and they're saying about this Liz Truss. What's your views on this Liz Truss? Do you think she's going to be better than
She's already
Boris?
proved she's
Because I
no
don't know
better.
that.
Listen, they all.
That's the thing, Roger. Seeing her turn around and saying that she's going to be helping the rich, pretty much breaking it down into layman's terms, and that any of us that are on the, how do we put it, the lower rung of the ladder, should we say, or struggling, whether that be mentally, financially, or both, she's not got any interest. From what
Seriously,
I've
I'm not
break
even
down and what I've
speaking,
heard.
so it's not a mic. I'm not using my phone mic, so it's not my mic. It's crackling.
No, you got
Sorry,
a bit of crackle. Got a bit of crackle from
Scott.
Bobby, but we've also got a humming from Scott.
I was going to say that's got you've got a wee bit like a humming, kind of buzzing. Like a bit of
That's not
feedback.
me though, is it? But
Yeah.
I still get it.
You know
Exactly.
what
No,
it is? You know what it is, DJ? Someone's hacked this tablet, and I think that must be affecting the Bluetooth from. Yeah, it's been playing up the tablet again.
LSP, it's coming from Scott.
Well, let's go through. I'll tell you what. Let's
What,
go
is it
through
up?
the panel. Let's go through the panel. So we'll find. We'll get questions in the comments, and we'll put them up on the screen, and we'll go through the panel, and we'll see what each of us has to say about it. Okay. So
Is the humming too much? Come off the thing.
no, I can hear you. Okay. It just hums when you're talking. That's all. It's not a major issue.
It crackles this end as
So
well.
let's start with. We'll start with Roger. So question on the screen from Viper. We'll start with you. Then we'll go Scott. Then Sonic. Then Bobby. And then Jesus!
Wouldn't be
Stuart. Sorry.
Are you looking at the? Do you think the digital currency will come in straight away?
Yes.
It won't come in straight away, but don't forget he's got 4 years before they change the notes and stuff, and the coins and the stamps. Now, being as they're trying to force the digital currency on us, a non-cash society, they could, over the next 3 to 4 years, change and bring that in to save doing it and use that as an excuse.
Okay. What about yourself, Scott? What do you think about question on the screen? Do you think that we're going to end up going to digital currency straight away since Charles has come in?
Dan, if we go to digital currency, we are over as an earthly world as we know it.
Yeah.
We are finished. We are over, and there will be people, brothers and sisters, that will be dropping like flies. They will have their dirty satanic hand will be all over us from afar. We won't be able to shit, piss, or do anything without them knowing about it. And we will be destroyed. I'm warning you. If we allow this to happen, and we do not fight back, stand together united, I promise you, that will be the end of this world. It will be the end of it. We will be basically on a card where we're going into Tesco's or Lidl's or anywhere for that matter, and it'll be you've had your daily limit of milk, you've had your daily limit of bread. You can't have this, you can't have that. They'll be watching at every move. You've had your steaks for this week. You know, it will literally be, we'll be living like that.
Bugs.
No more knockoff cigarettes either. Right.
And
What about
we
you?
need those knockoffs.
We do. What about you, Sonic? What do you reckon?
I pretty much Scott summed it up fucking perfect, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know they're definitely want to try and implement it at some point in the future. I'm pretty certain they want to try and get it in there by 2030. As a name Agenda 2030. They definitely want it there by then. I mean, you just need to look at China. For the last good few years, they've implemented that shit. They've done it in like a kind of social kind of credit system, where some people are more likely to have certain things available to them compared to others due to their social kind of credit, their rating score, or whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Yeah.
You know, it's basically how well they behave. You know, if you're not doing such and such we want you today, then you're not going to get X amount of privileges and shit like that, you know. But they're definitely want to push for it, I know that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby, what about yourself?
Well, I think my brain's saying it's definitely going to happen, but my heart's saying it should never happen because you're going to know what you're going to buy each day. You're going to know where you're going to go and what you're doing. So it's just like a Big Brother. For everyone who watched the film 1984 or read the book, that's what it's going to come to.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I think it probably will. Stuart, Mr. Gibbons, how about yourself?
Well, personally, I don't think it will ever come in. You know, people you said about cheap ciggies, etc. Well, second-hand anything. What happens if your mate is selling, a computer, a sofa, whatever? How are you going to pay for that if it's digital currency? You can't transfer it to your mate's digital card or whatever. So there's always going to have to be a degree of sort of paper cash about. So,
well, to be fair, I mean, the digital currency that's about at the moment, like Bitcoin and Ethereum and all the rest. I mean, there's hundreds of them now. You are able, to, for example, I know somebody that was setting up a platform like Wish.com, if you've heard of Wish.
Yeah.
But it was sold for cryptocurrency transactions. Now, obviously, it's not a physical cash. You can't go to somebody that you can't show them the money and say, look, there's the cash, here you go. You just got to send it over to them. So again, it's it can be done still. You can transfer, even with Bitcoin, you can transfer pennies to somebody if you need to. Although there is a transfer cost, which this will also have to be taken into account if there is a digital currency. When we make a transaction, there's going to be a cost involved in that transaction as well. Like credit card transaction, like shops being charged for taking credit card transactions, as general members of the public, we're still going to have to cover transaction charges to other people. If you want to give somebody in the family a tenner for their birthday, that might cost you 11 quid because you've got to pay a transaction fee. And this, unfortunately, with every digital currency thus far, there is a transaction fee to pay for the upkeep of the ledger.
Well, there is another thing to look at as well. My nanny, she died last year. She was 96 years old. She was born back in the 20s. She probably didn't even know how to use a mobile phone properly. Do you think she would have been capable if digital currency was in now and she was still alive in her 90s? Oh, just got to pop on the computer and log into this to pay that. She wouldn't have a fucking clue,
I didn't know until a few years ago.
I mean, there's
seriously,
there's the thing with all these globalist fuckers. Part of their plan is they want is a massive reduction in the global population. You really think they want a bunch of old people that are old school? But they want to get rid of them first, the elderly and the vulnerable. They want to kill them off. Why do you think they brought this whole fucking COVID bullshit?
Well, we could go in, Agenda 21, but that's a discussion for another day, I reckon.
Yeah, but no, I mean, look, I think the digital currency, I think, it is fine as it is. It's an optional choice as it is. Yeah, you can either invest in it and use it or not. Taking cash out of society, as I've said, it's not, no longer will you be able to stick a few quid in a card. No longer will you be able to go to a boot sale and say, how much is that? A £5. It's 4 quid cash right now. I'll give you 4 quid. Yeah, go on then, I'll take that. So we're all going to be, there's going to be no more haggling. Everybody's going to have to pay the top price for everything that's available because nobody will want to haggle. We'll have to pay a transaction fee on top to cover the cost of the system that it's running on. I think it's a very bad idea. I think the way it is at the moment, where you can either invest or not at your will or your leisure, I think is the way that it should be.
I mean, it's like the whole kind of like digital shit, like when it comes to like using your bank cards, like contactless payment and all that. It's all right. It comes in handy for stuff you've not got cash on you. It's all right as a backup. But taking cash out the equation altogether, it's a fucking bad idea. I mean, I don't really agree with the whole contactless payment anyway, because, well, where's the security in it? There's no ID and there's no PIN number or shit like that, Anybody can take your card basically and just go and fucking use it.
Well, you look how much cybercrime has gone up by since they bought it in.
Yeah.
It's all the scams going on.
Aye.
It's, especially as you get older, you do tend to get less wary of them,
Yeah, I mean, I see when I go to the post office to stick something in the post or whatever, and I see the old ladies getting their pensions, and they take it all out in cash. Goes in their wallet or purse, and then they go home and they put it wherever they put it. And bad idea, but it's what they do because it's what they've always done. And to change when you're in your 80s or 90s or even your 70s, to change the way that you do things is very difficult for people. So they still go and collect their money and they use the cash because that's what they're used to. That's how they've grown up. That's how they've lived their lives. And as Stuart says, for somebody, an elderly person will say, I won't put an age on it, but for an elderly person to suddenly be, or even not suddenly, even over a period of years, a couple of years or whatever, asking them to change the way that they do things and to not have cash. I think it's safer for older people, but I don't think that they're going to be able to cope very well.
Well, it was like when Heather's mother passed a few years back now. She had dementia, and literally Heather had to take over all of her financial dealings because she just wasn't capable of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... and that she had to go through a load of hoops and what have you to do that.
Can I just cut over you, Roger? Scott is saying he's been booted out and to let you know he's backstage. And Bobby's asking why he was kicked out.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the chat.
Bobby wasn't kicked out, nor was Scott, but they both ended up out of the stream for some reason.
That's weird.
Hello, and
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes. You weren't kicked out.
I don't know why.
Neither of you was booted out.
I'm just fucking glad there's 6 people back.
There's only me that there's only me that can kick people out. There's only me that can kick people out. Scott, hang on. I'm saying it's only me. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe the connection dropped or something. I don't know. But it's only me that can kick people out by clicking a button, and I certainly didn't kick either of you two out.
I'm not saying you. We're not saying you. I never once said you done it, Dan. I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying.
We're not.
I'm just saying.
Someone's remotely done it.
Maybe it's some of them new bots and people that have come online from WEF that are disrupting everything. And
well, to be honest, YouTube couldn't affect the functions within StreamYard.
No,
anyway.
I wouldn't have thought so.
So it would have to be a StreamYard issue in order for somebody to get kicked out. So, any other questions have we got in the comments that you'd like to hear our views on?
Are the CIA happy with what we are talking about? Fuck.
GCHQ.
Can you hear me can the brothers and the sisters hear me in the side chat? Or is this a real bad signal?
Your microphone connection or whatever you've set up there is terrible, mate.
Yeah, give us a sec, Tina. I can see you. Don't worry, not ignoring you.
What this hack? The tablet, like I said, the tablet is 100% been hacked. I'm going to come off the feed.
But Scott, there's still that crackling from yours. I've been on mute for the last 5 minutes.
No,
Scott, but I can still hear you.
Scott's one is mainly, as I say, is mainly a hum. It sounds like it's earthed somewhere, perhaps. That's like
he's breaking up this end, like he's got a broken wire in whatever.
I can hear crackling, Roger.
Yeah.
And I also can hear the feedback.
To me, it sounds a little bit like, see when you get like one of the cheap microphones. And you tap the side of it, you can hear it, or that kind of thin.
Well, I was using the microphones Dad just gave away from the iPhone.
Yeah, them wired ones, they rub on your clothing.
So I took it off and just used the phone mic.
Right. What was it? Right, Connie Thunder. Sorry to keep tagging you. I just visited my parents today who have no internet and barely know how to use a debit card. Their energy company needs an email address. You don't have to give them an email address. There's nothing that states that you have to give an email address. You can give any single form of contact, as far as I'm aware, whether it's a phone number, an address, or an email address. Now I might be wrong, so I'm gonna bring Tina on. Jack, I'll bring you on shortly, mate. Don't worry. Just stay where you are. Right.
Sounds like Scott's drowning there.
Well, Scott, I've just muted you for a moment, mate, because there's an awful lot of noise coming from the microphone, fella. I'm going to bring Tina on because Tina might be able to clarify, but I'm pretty sure that you only need to give them a form of contact for you.
Yeah,
so,
you can even request paper contact, as far as I'm aware.
So
Not that it'll get through with the postal strikes.
So let's get lovely
Hi,
Tina on.
Tina. Hi, Tina.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How's everybody else doing?
And I'm
Not
bad.
three bad.
Yeah, still breathing.
That's what happens every day you wake up and wait for practice alive. So, yeah, I've been watching what you've been saying. There is no legal requirement to give an email address. So basically, what I tell the elderly to do, if they have a home phone with an answer machine service, give them the home line landline number and leave it on permanent answer machine so they can't rescue it.
Right, sorry, Tina, 1 second. Scott, you're asking if we can hear you. You're asking me if I can hear you in the private chat. I can't hear you talking. All I can hear is your microphone, and it sounds like it's being tapped and knocked. So I don't know what's going on, but I can't mute you for some reason. I cannot mute you. It's not letting me mute your feed at the moment. But the noise has now stopped anyway. So sorry, Tina, crack on.
Okay. Right. So you can use your landline number, as I do, and it's on permanent answer machine. The only reason they want your mobile number and email is to pester you with whatever their new ideas are, any new charges, blah, 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 and you'll just get swamped. Don't give your email. It's not a legal requirement. But do give them your landline if you've got an answer machine service, and then put it on answer machine. So I just literally check my phone every day, and if it's all these different companies trying to ring, it's delete. So
I think as well, surely if you're using the phone option, I'm pretty sure is there an option there to like opt out of any like all these like offers and deals?
Marketing, yeah, you can opt out of marketing calls, yeah. But what you got to remember is a lot of these companies now, they outsource their marketing calls. They don't do it in-house anymore. So when you tell, let's say, for example, when you tell Virgin Media you don't want marketing calls, that only accounts from them directly. They can still give your number on a list to a call centre to then pester you, and you have to go through the process again with them to get them to stop calling you as well.
Yes, so put your answer machine on, don't answer it, and there's nothing they can do about it by law. So
thank you, Tina. Thank you for that
information. No worries. The other bit you were talking about was digital currency. So let's go back and ask a question to the panel. Who do you know that can actually control your money currently? Absolutely control it.
The missus. Holy shit, you know, let's not even go down that road, I swear.
Myself.
The government, it's proven recently that the government can control your money. I mean, they've done it with all the Russians. You know, click of the fingers, right, let's stop all their money, let's take everything away from them. Of course, they've got the power to do that on anybody, even us.
That's what I'm saying. The first initial process of bringing a kind of control was the development of universal credit, and that came in. So on universal credit, if you don't follow your online diary to their specific requirements, they can stop your money in a click.
Yeah, they did with the Canadians, didn't they? They froze their bank accounts, stopped them getting access to their money.
Universal credit in the UK is the one that does that. That's the start of the process. What they want to do is to control everything we do with the funding we get. So this is why they want to look at digital. It won't come in for many, many years, hopefully not in my lifetime, because you can't change from cash to digital. It has to run side by side. It has to be a choice because currency is legal. Unless they abolish it and the king makes the declaration that no more money, and he's not likely to do that because for the lower level of society, they carry cash. Most of us do. The elderly in particular, the vulnerable, the disabled, they rely on that money coming in. So when a government stops that or controls what you spend it on, like Scott and DJ said, if you buy too many loaves of bread in a week, or you buy too many bits of steak in a week, or you're spending too much. That's what they're doing now. So I always advise people I give advice to regarding their benefits. When someone asks for your bank statements, they're only allowed to see in an official government capacity what your income is. So you print them off, you redact your account number and your sort code, and you redact all the things you've spent your money on. All you show is what your finances are coming in. PIP, ESA, maybe a bit of pension. That's all they need to see. That's the legal requirement you need to give any government body. Okay,
Yeah.
They don't like it, but I tell everybody to do it.
Right. Lola Korst has said, this is what I'm wondering. Currency is already digital. The money wasn't controlled in Russia. They blocked certain payment methods. Now,
Yeah.
currency is, in a way, digital, yes, because it's ones and zeros on a screen, but it's also a physical. We've got a physical manifestation of it, which we can use at the moment. Without that, that means that obviously every single thing, we can go and draw out £100 from the bank, right, and we can go and spend, I don't know, 20 quid on some skunk, right, and the government don't know about it. Nobody knows about it apart from you and your dealer. Now, by doing everything through all
Dad, I just got to say good night. Good night, Tina. Good night, Roger. Good night.
Oh,
Good
no,
night.
no worries. See you
Night,
later.
night, Bobby.
Bobby.
Ta-ra. Now, doing everything through all, let's bring Jack in. Hiya, Jack.
Hello.
Hi, Jack.
Doing
Hi, Jack.
everything completely digital
Hello,
means
everyone.
that we won't be able to, as rightly been said by Sonic and by Tina there, you won't be able to go and and buy a burger from Mackey's without them knowing about it. Every single transaction you make, there'll be a log of what you've done, where you've been. It will follow you around the country. It doesn't matter where you go, even if every single thing that you do, that you spend your money on, will be logged and used against you. When I said about the controlling the money, obviously I wasn't talking about in Russia as I was talking about here, because the government have, in effect, controlled people's money. They've stopped money from leaving the country going to Russian accounts. They've stopped money coming into the country coming from Russian accounts. They've taken people's businesses away from them. Yeah, they've taken a football club away from somebody, a fucking football club. Okay, so in effect, they can block money. Even if they're not blocking the money specifically, they can still block it by taking everything else away from you.
And who controls the money?
The government.
No, the banks.
The banks.
The banks
The
do,
banks
Right,
have loaned all these billions to the government. The
BlackRock.
banks have control.
But if you look at what
The banks are skint, though, aren't they? They're skinter than us.
I mean, all they essentially do is just create like money and shit out of thin air, because it's just it's like numbers on the screen.
what's the biggest thing we all pay into that they use to fund our government?
Pensions.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's worth trillions of pounds. So throughout the COVID, everything that was used, part of that was the pension pot. So
Yeah,
you've got every person who's working and contributing, even those on benefits contribute. We pay national insurance as well. So there's always been this divide that you don't pay into your pension. Yes, we do. It's deducted before our money comes through. Anyone in any kind of benefit pays through the pension scheme because you have to get the state pension. But it's the pension scheme that runs this country. It's trillions and trillions of pounds that they got in these banks, spotted all over. They can pull out and use when they want.
Yeah, they've done it
Yeah.
several times over the past few years as well, haven't they?
Yes, and that's why people are being told now, when you turn 60, in most pensions, you can get a 25% drawdown. They're now telling you, well, you don't want to do that because they don't have the right amount of money to start giving out. People are now realising.
You talk about pensions, yet they give a 75 or 76-year-old a job of running the kingdom.
Listen,
you think-
if everyone went to the bank and said that they want to empty their account, okay, they would close the banks.
Yes.
Because they do not have, and they cannot give everybody the money. I would suggest if everybody went to the bank and everybody asked for £1,000, they'd be fucked.
Oh,
Yep.
because it is a case of if you've sorry Sonic, if you've got say you've got £1 million, right, then and somebody wants, somebody needs a tenner, fine, give them a tenner. By the time you get through that £1 million, the person has paid back into it what they've taken out, so you can then loan that to somebody else to use to buy what they need to buy, and it just continues a circle. You don't need, however much it says in everybody's bank account across the country, you don't need that much money. You don't even need a third of it. You need a fraction of that in order to keep the economy going and for people that there's, that everybody's got money when they don't. The majority of money is ones and zeros on a computer screen. The rest of it is a physical manifestation, which is what we call cash. And that is what we are led to believe we have control of.
The physical like cash you're talking about there, that is like coins, believe it or not, because it's not the notes. The notes,
the notes are promissory notes.
Yeah, they're essentially just fancy pieces of paper with they're IOUs. It says I promise to pay the fucking whatever X amount of money. They're essentially
it's actually printed on the notes, isn't it? I promise to pay the bearer of.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're essentially IOUs.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there was an article in the paper the other day, wasn't there, scaremongering about you've got so many days to spend your paper notes. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, they'll never they'll lose legal tender as far as spending them in a shop and stuff goes. But you can always take them into the bank, because like you say, it says on the note, I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of da-da-da. You're not going to lose that money. Use some of the old white £5 notes that Roger can probably remember,
Printed on one side.
Take those to the bank and you'll still get face value for it, which would be a stupid thing to do because they're worth about £1,000 each, aren't they? But but no, you can still take them to the bank even though they're not legal tender. So why the scaremongering? You've got so many days to spend them and
because it's those headlines they're clickbait headlines.
Yeah.
If it was just a news like it used to be, the headlines wouldn't be half as bad as they are these days, but they want people to click on their links and go to their website because they earn money from the advertising revenue of companies that advertise on their website. So they have to make up these elaborate headlines to get people's attention. Oh shit, we've only got a few days to spend money. What does that mean? Panic, panic, panic. Click on the link.
Like they did with the arse wipe during the pandemic.
I just saw my head going around, nodding away like a fucking Churchill dog. How embarrassing.
Yeah.
So, Connie, I just want to respond to this from Connie. I think Connie's a relatively new user, follower of the channel as well. You're absolutely right, Connie. We have been giving out location and other information using debit cards and credit cards, but now you are actually hiding a lot of information still if you just use those cards to draw your money out. All they know is where you were when you drew that money out. They don't know where you've gone to spend it. They don't know how much of it you've spent until you obviously go and draw more out. But you still have an element of privacy around your finances, whereas
especially if you're using somebody else's card.
Whereas a full-on digital currency would, as I say, it would give them access to how much. How many pounds of meat you bought, how many apples you purchased, how many
you got last week.
Yeah.
So you're right. You're right, Dan. So let's just say somebody wants to go and buy a load of meat, but the government wants us to go vegan, so they stop us from buying meat.
Yeah, which they could do. They easily. Listen, pretty much, we should all know that pretty much anything is capable via the internet and a bit of programming. Yeah. Okay, we might not all understand how to do it or believe it can be done, but it can be done. Let's look at the last 20 years of things that have gone on. So the government can, I wouldn't say easily, but the government can implement some code that would automatically check everybody's purchases when it's made, and it would mark it off against their account, shall we say. They've had X amount of bacon this week. Now we need them to eat something a bit more healthy. Connie, yes, you're right. Chip and pin can be tracked. You're absolutely right. But again, that is going on to this whole digital thing. This is what they've been pushing for the last couple now. Cash, don't use cash, it's dirty, you'll catch COVID. Oh, it's horrible. Use your chip and pin, We'll up the chip and pin. Why? Because they want more information on you.
Oh,
That's
he's
the
track and
entire
trace.
reason.
Yeah.
Again, you know, chip and pin is only going to track you if you use it. The same as when you use your card. As I said in a moment ago to your last comment, if you go to a local post office or ATM and you draw cash out and you just use cash until it's gone and go back to the same ATM and draw more cash out, all they know is when you take money out. They don't know anything about what you've spent it on or where you've spent it or any of that stuff. And that, again, that is where this whole element of privacy comes in. When you use chip and pin, you may as well be, you know, under this digital currency already, because you're telling them everything that they need to know.
The other thing to remember for the future is at the moment, the pension age is going up again to 68 for women, 67 for men. So basically, if the new generation are being told in the future they got to work until they die, the new generation are now coming up with what we've discussed before. And that is they're not going to put it into a pension scheme. They're going to put it in an overseas account, tax-free, so the government start losing the pension. Because these youngsters can retire at 55, have a big lump sum and a bloody good pension at the end of it by investing it somewhere else. Because if you're being told by the government you will not get a pension because you've got to stay and work till you drop dead. So that would crucify any country if the new generation said we're not paying our pension money into your pot. How the hell are they going to run? They need to be nice to people because we control them with our money. We don't believe it, but we bloody do. If we all drew our pensions out, mate, they'd be up to...
There's an old saying, if we don't do, they don't get.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
The pensions are a Ponzi scheme, aren't they? They need the next generation of sort of people paying into the pension to pay the last one.
Yeah, of course they do.
Right.
Yeah.
And if they're telling people that you've got to stay, they're actually advertising all over the country for elderly people aged between 65 and 75 to become a taxi driver to get more money out of them.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Roger, what have you got to say to... We'll go through the panel again. Comment on the screen.
What's that? They won't get rid of cash. It's business only. Well, that is the other thing. The government know that through that many cash transactions, there can be no tax because they're not traceable.
Yeah.
They can only tax it at source where you get it out of the machine or whatever.
Yep.
So that they lose control of it.
Which is why they want digital currency, I guess.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah.
Sonic?
Well, just
Roger.
adding. So I was just adding on to what Roger was saying there. I mean, surely when it comes to them trying to like trace money and shit like that, surely they would have to do it like they done old school, was like with the books.
Well, this is why they limited like $5,000 cash you can put in your account. Anything over that, they question and they want to know where it's come from.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
surely if they
I
want to keep track of-
borrowed a few years back now, well, more than a few years, if I'm honest. I was buying a house in Bristol and I didn't have a deposit. Now, my brother lent me 10 grand, but it was all in bloody cash. I won't say where it comes from. But
Can he lend me some?
he is actually on paper a multi-millionaire, but I disconnected myself from the family. But I had to put 5 grand of it in the bank, and then I had to give sort of 1,000 here and 1,000 there to my mates. They wrote me a check. They were quite happy to accept them checks, but they wouldn't let me put more than 5 grand in cash.
It's weird, isn't it?
Right.
I was going to say, I'm not a greedy bastard. Just buy me some iron brew, Roger. And I think
I wish I could, mate. I wish I could.
I'd say, judging by the comments, I think Tiffany needs some as well. Be right back. I need more iron brew, so I.
No, I'm the black one of the family. My brother's a multi-millionaire. He was an ex-footballer, and I just disconnected myself from him. My sister's ex-army. She's on a full salary pension as an NCO. And
Stuart Gibbons, have you got anything to add?
Not really, no.
It's fine if you haven't. It's fine if you haven't.
No, again, I just reiterate that, you know, I just honestly do not believe that it's ever going to go full digital. Of course, we've got a degree of digital now. Credit cards are digital. You have got all the different cryptocurrencies. but you'll always need paper money. There's always going to be something that needs paper money that can't have cash. What happens if there's a power cut? Oh, starve. You know, you can't get your shopping because we can't do your whatever. And it
Fair
happens.
point, that is.
You know, so there's going to have to be a backup, not just that. I know it's not really talking about the tax sort of side of it, but it is just, it's never going to go full digital, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Tina?
Well, I think he's right. You can't not have a cash part. As I've said before many times, at Christmas time, when all these shops won't allow people to buy Christmas food until the 19th of December, then there's one mad rush, and every single store shuts down. All the ATMs close down, the tills close down. So I always did my shopping, Christmas shopping, in cash. I was able to get through the bill. This happens every year, and that's a genuine reason why I believe that's right. You're not going to be able to manage about cash because we haven't got good electricity here in this country yet because we haven't built the bloody nuclear plants that were promised 15 years ago. So we haven't got that power supply here to sustain that. So you will always need cash.
What about you, Jack?
I have to agree with Roger on this one, to be perfectly honest. I pretty much agree with most of you anyway, but yeah, they're not going to get rid of cash completely, because if they do, then not the government, the country will be in huge disarray, and people won't have alternate ways to be able to pay for things, because people still go to places now and pay the bills with cash rather than with digital currency like debit cards and stuff like that. Most of it is digital, but there are things that you still have to pay that people prefer to pay with cash. Like, for example, prepayment meters for gas and electric. Not everyone uses card. People still use cash for that. How are you going to pay if you ain't got no cash?
Well, to be fair, the local shop near me will not take card payments for gas or lecky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
unless you're buying something else. They will only accept it if you're buying something else along with the gas and lecky. Yeah. Now, again, I do agree. I agree that in the fact that it would be very, very difficult to remove cash completely. I think it's what they want. I genuinely think it's what they want, but doing it is a completely different matter. I mean, you think about all the businesses that will go out of business because they, like my local Chinese shop, they won't accept card payments because they have to pay on top of that a transaction fee.
That's right.
Which is what I'm saying about the digital currency. If you have digital currency, you still have to pay a transaction fee, and so they refuse to take card payments for that reason, because they would have to be paying that out of their profits. And let's face it, small businesses like a Chinese shop, they're not minted. Let's be honest, right? So to do that would ruin an awful lot of businesses, and we would end up, with Amazon. Amazon will end up doing fucking takeaway foods. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And nobody wants to get a takeaway from Amazon.
You'll be surprised how many businesses Amazon have got, and it does include fast food.
Yeah. We're on the East Coast, and I go 2 miles up the road, and you can't get a signal on your phone or anything. The internet is absolutely shit. Yeah. You go 2 or 3 miles inland.
I had an issue with Amazon recently.
Angela said something in the comment, and I think she's right, Princess Angela. If we don't have cash, the currency could drop on the stock market. It would devalue.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's what we rely on for our stock exchange.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me just respond to Connie, and then I'll let you talk, Jack. Absolutely fine. Listen, this is not about embarrassing people or slagging people off for their opinions. People think that I don't like other people's opinions. This is probably more of an opinionated channel than many channels on YouTube. I'm more than happy to hear other people's opinions and to learn from other people as well. I mean, you could be saying stuff to me that I wasn't aware of or I wasn't sure of, and you could clarify things for me. So, I would never slag people off for sharing their opinion. The reason I brought your comments up on the screen is because I thought that they were genuinely an interesting thing to discuss, and therefore I asked the panel. So I hope you don't think that I've targeted you in any way. As I say, it was solely because I think you had an interesting point, and I wanted the panel to discuss it. So thank you for your contribution anyway. Sorry, guys. Go on. Sorry, Jack. Go ahead, mate.
I had an issue with Amazon recently. I ordered something from Amazon, and obviously, do you know how you tend to have different options, don't you? So you can pay like a little bit extra to get like, what is it like? Not the Prime one, the one where if you're on Prime, it's just like a premium delivery. So
Yeah, the options are thrown on the doorstep, thrown over the fence, thrown on the shed roof.
That's yodel, that is. Come on.
But yeah. Basically, sometimes they can order, or sometimes they can deliver it sooner than expected. So don't necessarily pay extra for delivery to make it, like next day delivery or whatever that they choose, or whatever options they've got. And they said that it'd definitely be here by the 7th of September. Well, that's gone now. It was so. It was over the course of 2 days. On the 1st of September, apparently there was delay in transport or whatever due to external factors, was the wording that was put on the tracking information. And I hadn't heard anything since. It was the 7th of September, and I hadn't heard anything. It turns out, I contacted the seller, so it turns out that Amazon had lost the package entirely. So, so I got my money back, but that's not the point, though, is it? And that's what I hate about Amazon.
That's just killed the conversation, Jack.
Everyone just stops talking. It's like
I'm typing, mate. I'm on my computer, so I have to look at the keyboard
silence
because of my memory.
It's the downside of the internet, though, isn't it? It's the internet that's killed sort of town centres off.
Yeah.
At least you're in the town centre, buy an item, any issues with it, you can take it back, you can get it sorted in, the next day or whenever you've got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. On the internet, like you say, you're waiting days for the delivery. If there's something wrong with it, it's days to send it back and then days to get a replacement if you get a replacement. If not, you've got to wait days to get a refund and, fuck all that.
And
just
I'd
pay an
rather
extra
pay
£5
a
or
quid
£10
more
and go to a shop,
Yeah, I'd rather pay a quid more from a local shop because exactly for that reason, if it goes wrong, I can take it back.
Oh, exactly.
You bring up a good point there, Stuart, as well about the about getting refunds and stuff. Again, if this was all digital, I mean, now if you buy something on your card, you have to go back and get.
Sorry.
That's all right. If you buy something on your card and you need to get a refund, you could have to wait 7 days to get that refund back through on your card.
Oh, yes.
Now, if you're in a situation where you cannot then go and get cash out, for example, all right, and all you've got, you're living on the breadline and you go and you buy something and it ballses up and you need that money back, you could have to wait a week to get that money back before you can spend it again.
Yeah.
Whereas cash, you can go in, you say, right, look, there's the receipt, blah, 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 I paid with
Get the cash straight away and you can put it back in the bank, yeah.
Yeah.
No, too right.
And if it's a return payment on a card, that usually takes days to go through as well.
There's drawbacks to everything, I guess. There's drawbacks to debit. There's drawbacks to credit.
On that, guys.
And
you
to
can
cash.
on that. Okay, so I've had it with Amazon. I've had it with some shops that have not delivered. They want to keep the money for up to 28 days. I said, that's okay. I'm going to charge.
Sorry, that was for Tiffany.
I'm going to charge you 10% interest per day on holding my money, stealing from me. So I'm going to charge you interest. So within 24 hours, it's back in my account. Funny that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you do hear a lot about what the 3 to 5 working days or the 5 to 7 working days. Well, no, it'd be 3 to 5, yeah. That they say, oh, wait up to that time, and expect the refund or whatever it is you're getting credited to your account. Sometimes it will come in sooner than others. Sometimes you have to wait 5 days. It just depends, but it is a pain in the arse sometimes when you have to wait a long time.
Yeah, they take it quick enough.
What they're doing, Jack, is keeping your money. You've got two partners. If you've got a refund, the bank's holding your money that's been used to pay for the goods, so they're getting interest on that. And then the company that pay you back is also getting interest on the money.
Yeah.
So they're
100%.
making money every day they keep yours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right, we got any more questions in the comments you want to hear our opinions on? I know our opinions probably don't stand for much, but you're going to hear them anyway.
You want to ask for them, you're going to get them.
Bobby's back. He's Dan.
Yeah, I see him in the back there. I'll bring him on now. We've had finished that discussion. I just didn't want to bring him on halfway through that. We've carried on a little bit, but we're coming back on now, Bobby. Here you go.
I done it to me. Sorry, it was the wrong woman
Hello.
who came. Could you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Hi, man.
And the best way to get over that, Jack and Blaze, let's get yourself a personal shopper.
A fucking personal shopper.
What do you mean
Well,
by
I've
that?
got one
Like,
mate called Paula. She does my clothes shopping, food shopping, and I've got no hassle done. All the stuff online. She does everything for me.
yeah, but due to my circumstances, that ain't, it's not. It's not
I don't know why, but
necessarily possible, whatever.
I don't know why, Bobby, but as soon as you said that shit, what automatically came to my mind was the whole fucking financial advisor. And I just thought, how fucking ironic. You're paying somebody money to tell you how to spend your fucking money.
Yeah.
Well, what she does, Sonic, she goes to buy me clothes. So she's been with about 7-8 years. So she knows what I like. Whatever. So
I heard something a while ago about, stuff with the guy in the lottery when people win, they get the option to speak to like a financial advisor, and they basically just give them jargon and gibberish, and just to basically tell them what to spend their money with, how to spend it, do I spend it on
Tell them,
this and that.
to invest it. That's what they do.
Yeah.
It's all about where to invest your money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Without paying as much tax on it.
Yeah, because you're once you got £1 million, then you're not a peasant anymore, are you?
fucking hell, Dan. He was complaining that he was wearing top of the range t-shirts. Just imagine the amount of slagging off how we get having a personal shopper.
If you just want to know how to save tax, ask the government.
Do a subject tax, do a freedom of information request to the Prime Minister. Can you tell me how to
avoid paying tax?
Avoid paying tax? Yeah.
Or
just Sunak knows, doesn't he?
That's God's jobs.
The thing is, Dan, it's a write-off. It's a tax write-off. So
let the missus deal with the finances. She don't pay as much tax as me.
just try and find a job that's cash in hand, and you don't pay tax on your cash.
Yeah, but there is no cash in hand jobs now because it's all digital fucking currency.
There are a few out there that are cash in hand, but not as many as most
of them are illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Jack that does it now. Even agency staff now have a contract of 6 months, and they have to pay national insurance on it and their taxes. So even agency staff now have a contract.
Wow.
I'm sure if you want to know anything about paying taxes, just ask Jimmy Carr.
Well, he's not got his top off at the minute, Joe Black. So
but he's paid all that money back, though, hasn't he, Sonic? So
pay me first.
he's not a tax offender anymore.
Only fans.
That's it. Donate to Dan's channel.
It's only those with money that get told about these loopholes.
Yeah.
Right, cauliflower. I've actually censored the word Bitcoin, and the reason that I've censored that word is because I keep getting bullshit spam comments on my videos. So I've blocked the word because I keep getting these fucking like you've got somebody with like 10 accounts, and they'll type a comment or copy and paste a comment and then reply to it with all their other accounts going, oh yeah, Dr. such and such from fucking the middle of the African Sahara taught me how to trade money, and I've got 9,000% return on my money.
Impossible.
And so I've had to block some words on the channel, so my apologies, but that's why it's blocked. It's not YouTube themselves. It's me to prevent the spam.
I see that Nightbot works now. It wasn't working on the members only live stream last week.
Well, I think that's because it was a members only and it wasn't a public live stream. So this is a public one. This is just a normal live stream. Although I have fucked up some of the settings in Nightbot, which I need to
So what
which
is
I
it?
need
Is it like
to-
a moderation?
to look
Is
through.
it like a moderation bot?
No, you can. Well, you can set up banned words and stuff like that, and how to deal with
Right.
banned comments. But no, you can set up commands. For example, I can set a command that will automatically put once it's typed in, it will put Tina's website address into the comments without me having to type the whole website address out.
Yeah.
If you put !hi in the actual YouTube chat, not the StreamYard chat, but
Yeah.
the actual YouTube chat, then it should reply to you. He's going to try it now.
It'll probably tell me to go back to where I come from.
But it should reply to you. I can set things up that that are timed. There you go. Nightbot, welcome to the stream. So I can time things that without having to type them in. For example, become a channel member every 15 minutes. Channel merch store every 25 minutes, and it will automatically post those comments without me having to think about it. So and it makes choosing a winner a lot easier as well for
Oh yeah, that would be good as well.
for prize giveaways and stuff. So yeah, so that's why I'm using it. I know some people have been saying, "Oh fuck it, Nightbot's shit. I've blocked it." I get it. I understand why you might, if some people use it all the time. This isn't to use it all the time. I want to use this simply for automating a few messages into the chat throughout the live stream, and also picking a winner on the competitions. And that's the only reason really that I want to use it.
Yeah, can you set that up for blocking people as well?
I'm not entirely sure. I know I can.
I've seen it being used similar to that sort of way on other channels.
I've got spam protection. I mean, I'm not sure what it does here. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it times out. It times people out. So I could set up a timeout for as long. I could set up a timeout for 10,000 seconds, for example. And that's for blacklist words or phrases.
Yeah, but the most you ever charge was £10 for 20 minutes with Crinkle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be back on YouTube. Crinkle.
If somebody, I can set it up so it kicks people if they use excessive capital letters, excessive emotes, if they post links loads of links, or repetition. So if somebody repeats the same comment more than say 3 or 4 times,
it'll kick it out as spam.
It'll kick them out. So I can do that with it as well.
Well, it is set up so only us mods can put links up anyway, isn't it? If I remember right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you know me and tech, but I'm learning all the time.
Oh, tech is amazing when it works, isn't it? When it doesn't, what a bitch.
Well, to be honest, Stuart, a few years back, I had a blood clot, so I had to give up my job.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the job centre to sign on. And the first thing they had to do was send me on a 2-week college course on how to use a computer. 55 years old.
Well, you think a few thousand years ago, you know, the wheel is invented. Your wheel breaks down. Well, there was no issues, was there? Fix the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Now, your computer breaks down and some people haven't got a fucking clue. Your Hoover breaks down, I haven't got a clue. Your cooker, your washing machine, your fridge, whatever. It's just fuck knows.
Yeah.
Years ago, it wasn't like that, you know. Whatever broke, you fixed easily.
Well, it's just like I always told them there. They said, "You've never used a computer." I said, "No." It said it can't gut fish and it can't cut grass. Why have I ever needed one?
Exactly, yeah.
But
well, it can cut grass now.
Oh yeah, you can get the remote control ones.
Yeah.
And you can get it in remote control.
You try
Roger.
getting the buggers to start on a cold morning.
You can get a robot Hoover as well, Roger.
Yeah. Well, that's my only bit of exercise is the hoovering.
I've got a good topic to talk about.
On now what you can actually repair. You're not allowed to touch the cooker. You know, under the law, it's got to be done by a specific person. What the government's put in place. You want electrics done on your house. You can't do it yourself. You have to get a certificate to say it's been cleared by a specified trained person in that particular area. You can fix a Hoover if you want to, but the main things like gas and all those kind of things, or electric cookers or major electrical wiring, you can't touch it now. You're not allowed to.
No,
It's the
if
same with
anything goes
the
wrong, you're not
iPhone,
covered.
Tina. You make it hard so you can fix it yourself because you've got to get special tooling, or you can buy the special tools on Amazon, whatever. But
Yeah, you can fix it yourself, but if you don't have that gas clearance or the clearance being sparky and something goes wrong and it causes a fire or explosion, you're going to be held responsible.
Yeah, your insurance would be invalid because you've tampered with it.
Right, I just need to respond to a comment there. Scott, it depends where it's broken. If you take the lid off the back of the toilet, inside there should be a plastic white arm. If it's not filling up, then lift up that arm just for the time being until you get someone to fix it, obviously. Lift up that arm. Push the arm down and it will fill up. And then lift it up if you want the water to stop coming out.
You can buy replacement siphons from your Screwfix and they're quite easy to fit.
Yep. There are things you can do, but there are certain things in law you can't.
Yeah.
Connie, I don't think anyone's cloned or spammed you. I've not, I've only seen, the comments really that I've mentioned so far. But I don't. Is there an issue going on that I don't know about?
I haven't seen anything in there.
I was going to say, when it comes to this whole health and safety shit, man, it's just gone a bit fucking mad, don't it?
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it's like
your own work. So
I mean, apparently you need somebody qualified. Say, like you get a gas cooker, and you see that chain that you need to connect it onto the wall.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Apparently, you need somebody qualified to come in and do some stupid shit like that for you.
Yeah, they have to to the wall. They have to make sure the gas pipe's not leaking, and you have to give the landlord, be it council or private, the details of that specialist. You're not allowed to touch it.
Well, but nobody asked
most
me.
gas cookers it's got the pipe with the bayonet connection, so
Right.
it's easy just to.
Yeah.
But you've got to have it Corgi registered or whatever the other one is to
Gas
do it.
It's
Yeah,
fucking
you've got
mad.
gas certificate, yeah.
I mean, I've plumbed several fucking cookers in. I've not had any problems yet.
Yeah, if
But
it's
I've
got
took the bullets
Touch
apart
wood.
before.
if it's got a
fixed
bayonet,
it.
though, you can unplug it, can't you, to move the cooker, to clean it, etc. It's only really when the cooker has been sort of, I don't know, lumped up
Installed
downstairs from one address to another or whatever, that you really need to have gas safe come around and plumb it in.
Yeah.
I mean, other than
Is
that, then what was the point of them fucking deliberately adding that smelty gas in the first place? It's so we could fucking detect it if there was a leak. You know what I mean?
Is that what happened to your hair, Sonic? Did you connect one wrong and it blew up?
No, mate. I licked my fingers and stuck in my plug socket.
As long as you didn't lick your willy and stick it in the plug socket.
I could
No,
do
no,
that
those
and it
bad
wouldn't
as
make
you.
any difference.
Well, Danny's
fucking
got the
have I
right
done that?
size to it.
I haven't even
You
done
can lick your own
Got
willy.
a wing
Fuck,
in it.
I'd have a fucking
Got
job. Fuck.
But I agree
If
with
that-
what you said. Health and safety in this country is lunacy, because I've worked with builders and decorators, etc. And one guy, he built houses for a living. And when it came to buying his own land and building his own house, he had so many restrictions put on him. It took him a year longer than he planned to build the damn place, because it had to be inspected every time he did anything.
Yeah.
Bloody ridiculous in this country.
And you've got to have a license or a ticket to use every single power tool on site now.
He planned for it to be 2 years, ended up being 3 years, and a damn load of money.
Yeah,
Because they charge for it. They charge for the inspections.
that's right. Yeah. I've got a good topic to talk about. We mentioned it briefly earlier to do with meat and veganism and whatnot, but what are your opinions on vegans?
Whatever a person wants to do and what they put into their bodies, none of my business. As long as it's fine.
Okay. Have any of you seen any videos or seen anything floating around the internet where people who are vegans are going to their local city centre, say Manchester, for example, and they've got screens. They've got screens on like stands or whatnot, and they're playing videos and showing images of animals being slaughtered, right, for their meat, right? Whatever animal it is. And then their argument is, vegans, they say, if you're by you paying I can't remember how it was worded now, by you paying for
Sex.
no.
But basically saying you're paying for the product. And this is
Yeah,
how it's
that's it.
made.
By you paying for the products, you are advocating to the abuse of to the cruelty of animals.
But the thing is, if you're a meat eater, why would you be in a vegan restaurant to start with? So all they're going to do is piss off their own
There is a
customers.
video in line, and it's one of the auditors, and there's some. I think it's Australian chap. It might be in Manchester, and it's exactly the same thing. A couple of PCSOs come along, fucking useless twats as they are.
Oh, I've seen that.
And start trying to enforce the feelings. And this bloke is like, well, no, it's what am I doing wrong? It's like, oh, well, somebody called in. Yeah, somebody called in. Give me a fucking CAD number then, which, it's just her getting a little bit, oh, I don't like it, so I'm going to use the somebody. And it's like, well, it's an image. If people don't like it, the same as on telly. Turn over, walk away, close your eyes, turn around. You don't have to stand
they
there
can't
and
do
watch
anything about the police can't really do anything about it. I mean,
it's not illegal, no.
Yeah,
They interrupting service, but there's one that happened recently in a store. They didn't like people drinking dairy products like milk, so they all chained themselves to the refrigerators and wouldn't allow any shoppers to buy milk. Did the shoppers care? They stepped over them and still got their fucking milk. But
I saw a picture of that, yeah.
I think Warrior Wales. I think Warrior Wales has got the right idea. Rather than eating vegetables, just eat a vegetarian.
I like that, Warrior.
all the nutrition of vegetables have all the taste of meat.
Well, the thing is, they want to ban the cows because of the methane in the farts, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, if we all start eating the same food the cows do, which they want us to do, what's going to happen?
They need to get rid of us as well.
I seen. Sorry.
I have a thyroid problem. I cannot have any soy products. Most vegan products are soy based. If I do that, it cancels out my medication, which means I can peg it basically.
If you can't have any soy, you better stay away from Twitter. It's full of them.
Right.
There's an old saying for tattoos, isn't there, from years ago? A tattooed person doesn't care. Or what's the difference between a tattooed person and a non-tattooed person? A tattooed person doesn't care if you've got tattoos or not. Yeah. And it's the same thing with vegans, isn't it? I'm a carnivore, and I don't care if somebody's vegan. But vegans seem to care so much about meat eaters.
When people though are like, for example, I've watched some guy in the past, on and off, called Joey Carberstrong, which is a vegan YouTuber that started his talks in Manchester, and then he moved them to other places around the UK. He's Australian, so that could be the person you might be referring to. But he always have a sign. He'll always have some sort of sign, basically trying to get people to prove him wrong that by you paying for animal products, you are advocating the cruelty of animals, right? You are paying, which I can see his point in a sense, like you're paying for the products, therefore that company that is doing that to the animals is, or the farm or whatever is. Oh my god. The farm doing it to the animals, or I don't know how that works, but whoever's getting the profit from that, from people paying for the products in supermarkets or going to the butchers, they're getting a huge profit, and then that's how they're being able to.
That's a nice straight 6 motor.
We call it noisy cunt out of the window.
Yeah, I would say that was either a Nissan Skyline or a Toyota Supra.
Can I answer that for you, Jack?
Yeah.
Right. So we had a big meeting in our city centre 20 years ago with vegans and whatever, and they came over to speak to random people. They made a mistake when they came to me. She said, "Oh, do you eat meat?" "Yes, I do." She said, do you not feel that you've got to save the animals? I'm going to ask you a question. And we still all go vegan. Every one of us in the world goes vegan. At the moment, the animals are cared for by the farmers, the chicken farmers, and everybody else. They get veterinary bills. They really care for their animals. It's all handled correctly. There's no inhumane treatment. So what happens to the billions of cows around the world, all the sheep, all the pigs, all the fish, the goldfish, you can't even kill fish? What happens to them? They're not going to get any veterinary treatment, so they're going to die in pain in a field. They're not going to get any food, so they're going to starve to death. Is it your vegan image that you're going to wipe out every single animal so we can't eat it? Well, we wouldn't do that. That's cruelty. My point exactly. Have a nice day.
Their opinion is that, well, I'm just basing it on what I've heard, I guess, and what they say, but their opinion, I guess their main argument of the whole thing regarding animals is that in people in like people that kill animals, like slaughter them and that, it's okay for someone to kill a cow, right? Or, is this
Sorry, what the fuck? Is this Alex Belfeld's new channel? Does it look like we've got a bell end on the camera somewhere? No.
So
Well,
are these
well,
people saying that the
debatable.
scientists for many years are wrong, saying that we need a balanced diet of meat and
Exactly.
vegetables?
I'm actually going to say something quite smart here, but when the cows and all the other animals are eating grass or eating anything that is anything regarding that, right? When they say, oh, don't kill the animals because you go vegan, don't kill the, well, I'm not that person that says, oh, if you eat a carrot, you're being cruel to that carrot, you're being cruel to that aubergine or whatever. I'm not.
Yeah, it's like we're not going round shouting at them, come on, you've got to eat meat. So don't shout at us that we've got to eat bloody vegetables.
The thing is,
to that aubergine, what kind of videos you've been fucking watching?
Meat in itself have all the nutrients from the things that the animals eat. Yeah, the proteins and the nutrients that the animals eat. So the whole argument of you don't kill animals, I mean, it's not nice to see that the fact that the animals are being slaughtered. It's not nice, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to stop because of that.
We don't see that. We don't see that part of it.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
go back in history, Jack. Go back many years ago. All the archaeological digs on the first stage of man, when they were eating grains and wheat and grasses and pulses, their lifespan was only 30 to 40 years. When the dinosaurs came in and they realised that they're big, but we can fucking get one, and they started eating dinosaur meat, the age went up. And then when they progressed to farming and they produced farming animals, the age of life went up.
Yeah.
So you need a balance of protein in your diet. I have no objection. I've got friends that are vegan, vegetarian. They can do what they want. Don't dictate to what I put in my body.
Yeah. Some people, I've even spoke to some people in the past, and they actually that was vegan, but actually went back to being a meat eater because, I mean, yes, you can eat, you can have a nutritional diet, vegan diet, but at the same time, people that I've spoke to in the past have actually felt really ill and actually been better off eating meat because of the nutrients inside whatever meat they're eating compared to the vegan food they were eating. They weren't getting them nutrients and that and that nutritional value, which was actually making them feel real ill and real poorly. And yet most vegans' arguments was that if they say, oh well, if you kill a cow or you kill a pig, then why don't you kill a dog? Dogs, we class dogs as like companions, pets, whatever you want to call them, right? Why don't we kill them? Well, that's not my opinion, but that's what the vegans say. Why don't we kill dogs? Why don't we kill cats? Why don't we kill these types of different animals?
We're a human society around the world, Jack, where we don't do that. Our pets are not food.
But there are people that do eat those animals.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, no, cats don't are food. If you look at India, they don't eat cows. They're a sacred animal. We eat cows. I've been out to Asia many times. I've had snake, I've had barbecued rat, I've had porcupine. I've had a whole host of weird shit. So, No, seriously, it's who would ever dream of eating a wild cobra?
No thanks.
No, seriously, I had a wild cobra in northern Vietnam.
But you do get weird
Yeah,
food.
they actually make a drink with the blood out of them as well, don't they?
Oh yeah.
I had the beating heart. I've got the beating heart on YouTube as it goes. So yeah, drank the beating heart. Then we had the blood in rice wine, the bile
That's
with
it,
rice
yeah.
wine. Then had the steak cooked 11 different ways. Just and then barbecued rat for fuck's sake. We're not
There's a
going to
new
do
one
a rat.
There is
I
a
want to
new
get.
called
Rat's
fruitarian.
all right if you clean it properly.
I want to get a American view on this now. Okay, because obviously we different places have different views on things. So
Who's
we've
this,
got our
Deadpool?
friend again, Deadpool. Although
Deadpool.
today he's just some random guy with a long name.
Evening, Deadpool. Well, it might not be evening there, but
Can I ask
Actually, yeah, it is evening. It's evening.
I
Here's my theory is that both vegans and people that eat meat love animals, just in two different ways.
Yeah.
So anyway, but it's like, okay, so if you're a vegan, that's fine, but don't force feed down my mouth about, yo, you can't eat this. It's cruelty. It's cruelty.
Yeah.
You can't. Hey, don't put that in your mouth.
That's exactly what they do.
Stop
That's exactly what they do. Exactly what they do.
Well, this
people that do that.
Sorry, I was just say this relates to something, not exactly related, but I put a post on Facebook the other day about this whole. Some people are royalists and some aren't. Okay, and the people that are royalists want to be able to say what they want, whilst telling people that aren't royalists to shut their mouths, keep it to themselves, or they're going to get blocked or reported. I mean, listen, we live in a world where everybody has got a different opinion. Everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, we might have similar opinions, but nobody's got
Welcome to
exactly the same
humanity.
opinion. Exactly. Now, what I find is the non-virtue signalling people, i.e. and when it comes, we're talking about politics here as well, the right-leaning people, okay, tends to allow everybody to have their say, but the left-leaning people tends to not want to hear what others have got to say.
Because they're afraid of the truth.
You've got the same thing with with the monarchy. You've got people that want to be able to say what they want to say while shutting everyone else up when they want to say what they want to say. And it's the same in every single spectrum of society. You've got what I'm going to use the word the virtue signalling type, and not all of them. Don't get me wrong. I'm probably got some vegetarians and vegans watching this, and do you know what? Not everybody's the same. Okay, but the vast majority of people in these groups tends to want to be able to say what the fuck they want, but not allow other people to have an opinion on the subject themselves.
Yeah,
I'm quite happy for them to sit there and eat their salads and their grass and that. We don't say a word. We want to eat meat. Don't come at us for doing that.
My sister and one of my best friends are a vegetarian, but they don't go like, oh, why are you eating meat whenever I have some tacos? It's like,
because it's your choice.
Yeah.
The latest one, Dan, is fruitarian. And a woman was approached in a supermarket and told she couldn't eat the pear that had been picked because she killed the pear from the tree. So the fruitarian
So the very, very definition, they're the people that are going to starve before us.
So they
Sounds like a fruit nut to me.
naturally falls to the ground.
Have you heard about those twats? Have you heard about those twats, the breatharians?
Oh,
No.
Jesus Christ.
No, you never heard of that. You want to look it up. A breatharian is somebody that believes that they can live on fresh air alone. No food, no water, just air.
Oh my God.
Good fucking luck to them.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Listen, there's some YouTube channels with quite large followings of people that think they're breatharians.
If they try to test the theory, there won't be long enough.
No, definitely not.
You've still got fucking idiots in the world that think the world is flat for
Oh,
fucking
yeah, yeah.
I know,
Hey,
right?
Wait, whoa.
Oh,
Don't call
no.
Hey, don't call me a fucking idiot. Why are you calling me an idiot?
I'm the same,
But
but
if the world was flat, the
Shut
cats
up, the
would have
lizard
pushed us
people
all
will
off
hear
of
you.
it by now.
Yeah.
if
I
the
mean, like,
world
the
was
whole
flat,
fucking-
then why is there curvature to the Earth?
The
Like,
cats would have pushed us all off the edge by now if it was flat.
But you're talking about
that's
like
true.
these idiots that try to argue the whole fucking vegan debate and like try and force it down your throat and all that shit.
I know.
I watched this thing. I think it was earlier this morning. Now I'm not a great massive fan of the guy, you know what I mean. But I think it was on Sky News Australia. It was Piers Morgan doing an interview with some vegan activist.
Hi, Sasha.
It was brilliant. Because like they were protesting apparently, like throwing like paint over Big Ben and all that stuff, and they were arguing like, oh, because we're doing this to make people aware, like eating meat is bad, it's harming the animals and
how
blah
much
blah.
detergent it would take to clean it and that.
But just think about it, they're hypocrites because like, how much damage are they doing to the pollution, with the polluting the environment with throwing paint on shit?
Yep.
And it was the argument that Piers made. Right, I'm not, like I say, I'm not a fan of the guy, but give him his due. It was brilliant because, like, it was saying, well, what about the bees? It was asking, like, do you eat avocados? I think it was, and she said, yeah. Eventually, she got to. She said, yeah, and she says, well, do you know how the process about avocados, how they make them, and stuff like that? It involves killing thousands of bees. And then he kept on bringing up these pictures of bees and the sad music and stuff like that. You're killing thousands of bees. And I was waiting on him commenting. Unfortunately, he didn't. But I was waiting on him saying the comment about what was it? If it wasn't for the bees, then you wouldn't have your plants that you could eat in the first place. But it was, you know what I mean. But when it was on about that, about the whole shit with the
It was
bees
the
and stuff.
cycle of life, wasn't it?
Aye.
How one species feeds another.
Yeah.
And then it's like it's just sheer hypocrisy. And then it's the end of it. It's the way he ended it was brilliant. It got some guy for like Just Eat or something, came in, brought him in a McDonald's, so he pulled out the fries, and while she's sitting ranting, and he just munched into a Big Mac right in front of her.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah. He did it out of spite. Yeah.
It was like that guy with the vegan protesters, whatever they were, on London. He stood there interviewing him eating a kebab.
Yeah. If somebody, honest to God, if I was in the town, right, which is unlikely because I don't like going places where there's too many people, but if I was in the town and I had a burger and someone come up to me and started kicking off, they would be wearing it, and I'd go and buy another one.
Yeah.
If I'm in mid chomp a burger and some fucker done that to me, I'd be like, what?
don't waste a fucking burger on them, no.
But now I've got to waste more of an animal because you made me waste that burger. Well done.
I'm going to go, Sam. Thanks for letting me in on the panel. So I'll say good night to everybody. Before I go, remember, we have the right to say no. Don't let anyone else push you around. What you want to do with your life is your responsibility. Good night, all.
No.
Take care, everybody.
No.
Take care, Tina.
Good night, Tina.
Right, let's come out of there.
I feel so naked without my beard.
Oh, you've had a shave.
Yeah, you and me
Didn't
both,
notice
mate.
that.
I missed a bit though.
Roger looks like a completely different person when he's because he had it all over him, all over his moustache and underneath. It doesn't even look like the same person.
Roger looks like he belongs in a Blue Oyster Bar.
I've got my leather waistcoat hanging in the background.
I wanted to just clarify something because I wasn't too sure. Now I know something was supposed to be going up in October. So do you know how the price cap is supposed to be going up in October to £3,549? But as Liz has announced that she's going to basically put a freeze on the energy cap to around £2,500. Will that cap in the 1st of October, will that actually go up to £3,549?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm seeing the gorillas in October.
And I just saw you.
It's the energy price cap that we have in the UK, like the amount of money that we spend a year on energy. That basically the new Prime Minister is basically putting a freeze on the energy cap to around about £2,500 from what I last read. I thought this stream was an interview for the boys.
Behave yourself, Sasha.
What is it? What?
Well, it's good to know Sasha can't count, so the opinion about the Blue Oyster Bar is void anyway. Look.
Yeah. But
well, obviously, couldn't it be referencing to me then? Because there's 7 of us, and
Exactly.
Can I say something about the vegans, Dan?
You know the price cap, Jack.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Could I say something about the vegans? Do you want to save
as long as it's not going to
animals?
get my channel shut down.
Do you want to save animals by eating their food source? How do you work that out?
Well, some animals eat meat. Eat other animals, but I don't see them going out. I don't see them going out and telling a fucking wild wolf not to eat something.
And a pig loves a bit of meat.
I guess the reason why I guess you could say the reason why the vegans are quite pissed off, or they don't like the fact that meat eaters eat meat, or other people eat meat, is because they want them to be like them, right? But at the same time, in some cases, or most cases, eating meat is actually more nutritional because of the things that the animals are eating, like grass and everything, which has all the nutrition, all those different things that they need, right? That's being put in the meat, obviously, right? So when we're eating it, we're getting that nutrition as well, right? Whereas the vegans, they're having to products that are being made, they're what we call artificial. They're not actual nutritional food inside of that.
They're taking supplements to make up for what they're not eating.
That's right. Yeah.
The food they eat is natural and nutritional, but it's not enough of the right nutrition in order to be healthy. So they've got to take chemically enhanced alternatives as well.
So my argument is vegans are actually worse in terms of putting their argument across and trying to force things down people's throat, basically saying without actually physically saying it, implying, well, if you eat meat, then you are an animal abuser. If you eat meat, you advocate for animal abuse and all this and all that. Well, if that was the case, if we did advocate for animal abuse, then we'd be abusing our dogs, abusing our cats, and any other animals we've got, fish, rabbits, whatever, right? We're abusing them, so their argument in itself, when they're going around their local town centre and that, trying to get as many people. Yeah, exactly.
And also, I believe as well that if an animal gets killed, as long as you eat every part of that animal, or every part of that animal gets used for something,
it depends.
It should be a part of the problem.
It depends on what animal it is, I guess you could say.
No, it's when people go hunting for sport. That's just not sport at all, is it?
Yeah.
If you're hunting for food.
Yeah, that's different. But
when I was growing up, we had a chicken run in the garden.
Okay.
I won't tell you all the animals we had, but we had close to 600 animals at one point. But we had a chicken run.
Bloody Nora.
We had a chicken run in the back garden, and we had something like 30 odd chickens and 2 cockerels. Now every month, we're fresh chicken. And one of us, there was me, I've got 2 brothers, 2 sisters, my mum and dad, and we would all have, as we got to the age, we'd all go out, get taken down the garden, pick which one you want for dinner. Yeah, it would either break its neck or lop its head off, and then hang it up, pluck it, gut it, cook it, eat it. And do you know what? That was some of the best fucking food I've ever had. It was that fresh. It was still warm before it went in the oven. Yeah.
I like how you're saying this with no sympathy whatsoever when you're doing this. Like, yeah, we had chickens that we used to that we lived with right out back the farm, and we took it, we broke its neck, and we chopped it off, and whatever. Best chicken I ever had.
Oh, it was lovely.
It was like when we were asked what you're having for Sunday dinner. I said whatever I shoot on a Saturday afternoon.
But there were some of the animals that we had as pets. You know, we had guinea pigs, we had rabbits, and now when you're talking about wild food, you've got wild animals, and you've got like domestic animals. Your domestic animals, obviously, they've been domesticated for a reason, to, you know, either as companionship or for if you've got a dog for work, this kind of stuff. They've also got all of your, you know, it's the same as horses. Okay, we don't go out and eating horses regularly because they've been domesticated to the point where they're used for work.
I will say horse meat is nice.
It is nice.
Yeah, I bet it is.
But Dan, don't forget, remember the big scandal a few years ago about Iceland with horse meat and the
Who
food.
needs WD on there?
Yeah, I don't see what the scandal was. I don't, you know what I mean? So what?
And that'd be funny, Dan, as well. If you was really starving and you had a pet dog, and the only food you want to have is that dog, you're gonna eat it.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Jack, you're talking bullshit, mate.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Jack, when you're in a situation of nobody here ever knows what actual starving feels like. Having a tummy ache because you've not eaten for a couple of days is nothing compared to actual starving. There are people out there, right? Would you ever eat a person, Jack?
I mean,
I like thinking about the plane crash survivors, Dan.
I mean, I can't say that I would.
Cock doesn't count, Jack.
I can't say yes or no, because I mean, it's kind of like a, you know, unless you're in that situation, you don't really know, do you?
Well, you've got the survivors of that plane crash, haven't you? The rugby players that survived on the dead of the crash.
That's exactly my point, Jack. It's easy to say you wouldn't eat a dog at the moment because you're thinking straight. But when you're in a situation when you've not eaten for 3, 4, 5 days, and you are doubled over in pain because you've not eaten, your muscles are starting to waste away. Everything you look at looks like a Big Mac, right? You will not feel the same way.
Yeah. Which is a good point to bring up with
tell you true fact, Dad.
Hold on. Just give us a second, Michael. Sorry, go on. I've forgotten your actual name now. Deadpool.
Yeah, Kidder Deadpool, whatever. But yeah, that actually that point about cannibalism actually brings up a good point about vegans. Like, if you're really hungry and there's fresh meat all around you, and you like, would you eat it, or would you be like, nah, I'm a vegan, I'm gonna starve to death?
Of course they'd eat it. Of course they would. Again, this people will argue
David wouldn't go on a plane with me because he knows if that plane goes down, that fucker's going to get hit. Because
well, not necessarily. You might have some other fatalities on the plane first that you might.
But that's the reason
get
why he's
some
scared, because he's a lazy cunt and he knows. That's what he told me, because he's scared to come on a plane with me because if it goes down, he knows that he's going to get fucking hit.
I think lots of people say, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. And that's great, right? In a civilized society, that's great. And when you're thinking with a clear mind, of course, you're going to say what you think people want to hear. So you're going to say, no, I wouldn't eat a person. No, I wouldn't eat a dog. No, I wouldn't kill somebody. But when you're in a desperate situation, all reasoning goes out the window.
Survival of the fittest.
Survival, your fight for life becomes more important. Anything else?
It comes survival of the fittest.
I mean, of course, I would cook the human meat first, but
when a human
you're not going to eat it. You're not going to eat it raw. You know,
when a human being is pushed to the limit of survival, their attitudes change drastically.
Yeah. You say people won't eat it raw. I watch food gore videos on gore sites, a bit sick and twisted, and Brazilians especially. There's plenty of cannibals, and they do eat raw meat. I mean, literally, cut the chest open, pull the heart out, love a bit off and eat it raw. It's like
the rugby players
Yeah.
eat their own meat.
That's just
one of the Stuart,
The
one
Andes.
of the rituals of one South American tribe where they do actually share the heart around, so they keep the soul of the person inside them, isn't it, or something?
yeah. I think in Brazil it was more just down at the favelas, and you know, you've been at let's murder him, and to eat a bit of your heart whilst you're still kind of alive is just sticking their finger up. I don't think there's anything about keeping the soul alive. I think it's a case of let's kill you off, you fucker, you know.
I just find it pretty ironic, though, that it was Dan that actually brought up the whole topic of cannibalism. It's the new fucking, you know, with a new tattoo and all that shit. I think it's kind of growing on you a bit there, man.
And he is a chef.
By the way, this is my actual skin. I'm not wearing somebody else's.
He's not wearing a fat suit or anything like that.
Well, people ask me if my tattoo's real all the time.
Funny. I'm only joking. Go on.
I'm the bottom one now.
Listen, I mean, I certainly wouldn't eat a raw person, like a person's meat raw. It would have to be at least medium well.
No, I'm more of a well done person myself. But...
Medium well or medium long?
Yeah, just don't touch the scrag end.
No, God, it's getting a bit fucking perverse in here now. I don't know.
I'm more well done myself.
Well,
it has got worse at times, Stuart. Believe me.
Oh no!
I'm
fluent in English, dirt track, and sarcasm. I think, but
Right. Seeing as this is a bit of a sausage fest on here, we've just got Angela and Angela turn up in the StreamYard here, so I'm going to bring you on, Angela. Okay.
Good evening, Princess.
What happened, Ed? Where did you go? Hello, Princess Angela.
Yeah.
Hi, Angela.
Oh, Angela.
Hello.
Nothing working.
Well, I can kind of hear you now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of feedback going on, though.
No, can't. No.
And she's gone.
She'll be back.
I'll be back.
So okay, I think we've reached the limit of talking about eating people and animals. So, is there have we got any other questions? Any other things anyone wants to hear our opinions on? Again, our opinions probably don't mean much, but fuck it, you're going to hear them anyway.
And we're always willing to give them.
Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah, I believe that there is other life. There has to be.
Yeah, I believe.
It can't just be us. Absolutely can't be us.
Anybody that thinks with the amount of planets out there that there isn't somewhere is just too arrogant.
Yeah, well, there's more planets than there are grains of sand on Earth, and you know.
We haven't discovered all the planets that we have in our solar system, believe it or not. We only know the ones that we're aware of. So our solar
most of them are non-existent by the time we get to see them.
Our galaxy that we have is nothing but like a single-celled organism compared to the equivalent of the infinite space.
I mean, Lost Souls Paranormal's just put in the side comment, yes, aliens exist and they're living amongst us. And if you don't believe her, just look at Jack and Blaze's fucking screen.
I'm secretly an alien.
How many people have heard of the Nazca lines? The Nazca lines are absolutely fucking gigantic drawings in the desert.
You only could see them from the helicopter or the airplane.
Yeah, it's either Peru or Bolivia. I can't remember
beautiful.
But they can only be seen from the air.
Yeah,
and of course, when they were sort of etched
the Nazca lines you're on about, Bobby.
Yeah, the Nazca lines. When they were etched into the ground, though, air travel didn't exist. So why would these drawings have been done so big that nobody could appreciate, unless there was some sort of aircraft, spacecraft, or something way up
Illuminati
there that appreciate them. So yeah.
There's Princess Angela. You know, right?
Yes, thank you. You could have warned me. You could put me on, Dan.
We can hear you now.
Thanks. I didn't realise I was looking at something else on my phone. Thanks.
Oh my, yeah, Angela, what's
Dan
that
does that quite often.
Jack's better looking now. Look.
I should use this from now on.
And when people say, "Do you believe in other life out there?" You know, you can. It doesn't just have to be aliens. Like it could be microscopic bacteria.
Oh yeah.
Know?
Oh yeah.
So
Anything
it's like
life form.
Yeah. So it's it
Well,
doesn't.
that's how
just fall
human
under-
life evolved.
I personally, I think there has to be other life that's evolved, not necessarily the same as us, because physics and stuff on other planets are completely different. But there has to be out there somewhere
intelligent.
A life form, shall we say, that has been around as long as us, enough to evolve into something else from what it started as. But the majority of life out there, guaranteed, out of all the life that there might be out there, the majority of it has to be single-celled, amoeba-like.
And the further out you go, the more likelihood there is, because they've been around longer than the Earth.
And also, Roger, what I believe as well is that because every species on this planet, our planet, we share the same DNA. That's impossible. So would that have one single distant ancestor? Wouldn't we?
Well, no, we've been raped by an alien, so
yeah. That's what I think. We started by aliens.
Well, look, I mean, life on this planet could have come from, was it panspermia? Okay, what they call this is turning into a fucking completely different channel now. No, panspermia is where somewhere is where life is sent somewhere else to thrive and to grow. So our life could, I'm not saying it does, I'm not being conspiracy theorist or anything, but could have come from Mars. They say Mars used to have an atmosphere, and there's possibility that life was on Mars at one point with water. Now, when asteroids hit Mars, we found rocks on Earth from Mars. One of them rocks could have come here with some single-celled organisms on, which then evolved and created what we are today. We just see ourselves as normal because we've got no reference. So we have to accept that we are just normal in the grand scheme of things because there is no reference to base it on. But also, when Earth got battered by meteors and comets and all the rest of it, parts of Earth spat out into space, which could have travelled for billions of miles with some single-celled amoeba thing on it, landed on another planet, and again created a life cycle there, which is completely different from us because they've had to evolve completely differently. But again, we could all come from the same place. It's just that we've all, developed differently because of the physics of the planet that we're on. And we all see ourselves, even an alien on another planet would see themselves as normal and us as being weird looking.
That's it. Humanity has developed to survive.
Yeah.
It has to evolve to survive, same as any other organism.
Have we evolved to survive, though? Because we've built weapons that can wipe the human race out.
Yeah.
Well, we're built
in some respects, we've evolved too far.
I think we've evolved to kill ourselves.
Yeah.
And also, you've got to look into why have there so evolution jumps from monkeys to us. There's a big massive jump from apes to us.
It's not a massive jump, is it? They say, they've got people that they've found in the stages in between.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but there's still
some of us still living.
Some of us, unfortunately, still carry the fucking name of one.
Deadpool, you was going to say something there, Deadpool.
Yes, I was going to say that if you think about it, so if you have this is how I described a lot of how you could look at the scale of us compared to the universe. Okay, So
Yeah.
as we know, ants are a community, a social and an organized unit as a as a insect, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so they can scour all over a rainforest, right? And they will fight for their survival, and they will fight other colonies, sometimes merge with other colonies, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And in this rainforest, that we're talking, if we look at about the size of the ant and the rainforest, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. That ant only knows the rainforest. It has no idea that there is an entire world that it lives in.
Of course.
Okay. So we are the equivalent of an ant in a jungle, and the jungle is Earth. Now, put that jungle, that one jungle, and then compare that tiny ant, that one individual ant, to the entire world, and how much life is on that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It will come into contact with certain forms of life within its habitat, and probably never come into contact with other forms of life that it would know exists. As quite rightly as you say, which is exactly like us. We are like an ant in a habitat, but we can think about what might be out there beyond the boundaries of that habitat, so to speak.
We was talking about Mars before, Dad, about water on Mars. They found water on Mars a couple of years ago. It's still there.
Yeah, I think it's on one of the poles.
That water.
It's one of the poles, I think it is, isn't it? Frozen, if I'm right.
Well, on one of the other planets' moons, they've found bacteria, haven't they, in carbon dioxide?
Yeah.
So, unlike us, obviously breathing in, air and then breathing out carbon dioxide, it was the reverse on this moon. So, whilst we may think, we have to look at everything back to front, so to speak. We need water to survive. Maybe something else doesn't. We need oxygen to survive. Other things don't. So even when we're looking at different planets and different life forms of whatever nature, it doesn't even have to have the same building blocks as us.
No.
Like the water bear.
But they would have to have carbon. They have to be carbon-based life form, because everything in the universe is carbon-based. Doesn't matter what it is.
Well, the water bear actually doesn't need water. It's called the water bear, but it doesn't need oxygen. I don't believe it needs. It can survive. It actually, there were some that were on the outside of an actual rocket ship.
I think didn't they do it on they done an experiment as well with the ISS, and they put some tardigrades, is the other word for them.
Yeah.
And they put some outside of the ISS in the vacuum space.
Yeah, and it came back down to Earth, and they still were alive.
Yeah.
Jack Blaze, you scared me to death. Jack Blaze, hello.
Jesus. I'll be back in a second, guys. Nature calls.
Going for a wank.
What is it saying?
Think about Dan's bum bum.
I don't blame you.
Can I just say about evolution? Can I just say just one thing? That
of course,
if we've been evolving, if we've evolved, surely we should have the process of evolution still evolving behind us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but remember, this evolution is over millions of years. Over a time span that we pretty much can't comprehend.
You can see the evolution on your body. Like, we still got the remnants of a tail. We still got the remnants of web feet. So every part of our evolution, you could see it on your body.
What are you bringing my trotters into it for? My tail?
If you live
on the human evolution. I mean, I go back to when I was young. The only form of communication you had was the phone box down in the village green, or a letter. You look
Jack,
at the ways we've got communication now.
We're going to get demonetized.
Yeah.
Well, look,
Squidward.
what happens if we're in the middle of evolutionary bounce now, and in the future we may need, I don't know, 6 fingers on one hand, or sorry, 5 fingers and 1 thumb. If somebody's born with 5 fingers and 1 thumb, medicine says that's wrong, lob it off.
Yeah.
But that could be the start of the next evolutionary bounce for however many years down the line. So medicine is not letting us evolve.
It's a genetic wrong. Something went wrong with the genetics. So if you had 2 people with 4 hands, you have babies, and that's another line. So all of the evolution is a part of your genetics. It's gone fucked up, basically.
Another thing is that there's signs of evolution. Like if we look at snakes, if you look on the underside of a snake, there are places where you can see like little tiny stuff from where the legs used to be.
That's called a fucking lizard.
Put it this way, Jack. If I grow this like yours, I wouldn't go out.
I'm gonna go get some ice cream. I will be right back.
No worries.
A snake with legs. That's a fucking lizard, surely.
No, but that's no. If honestly, on the underside of a snake, there are areas where their vestigial legs used to be.
Yeah.
So they still have it. It's like us. We still have the coccyx bone, which is allegedly where our tailbone. Now, although we don't have a tail, that bone still still gets created, in embryo and all the rest of it. With snakes, where they are said to used to have had legs, that part of their development process in the tummy or whatever you want to call it, those particular parts still develop, but the legs don't grow.
In my tummy, I eat snakes. Don't forget.
But if you also you got to think
it's
about
like
this,
fish. Their flippers are remnants of legs, but they've developed into fins to cope with an aquatic, environment.
Why could babies breathe underwater when they first born?
Because they've been in amniotic fluids for the last 9 months.
So we had the ability to breathe underwater. So technically, then we should be able to breathe underwater, shouldn't we? And if you operate on a baby in the wound, there's no scarring, there's no nothing.
No, they're not necessarily. They're not necessarily breathing. And I might be wrong about this. I'm not a pediatrician, but from what I know, they're not necessarily breathing. They're getting their oxygen through the umbilical cord, along with their food and their nutrition and everything else. Which is why when they come out, they take a big gasp and they start crying.
Oh, the breathing water, the fluid for I think it's 7 or 8 months.
No, they get the nutrients and everything like that through the umbilical cord that goes
but they breathe.
They don't actually breathe until they're actually in the air. I can gather. So, like what you're saying is, if it's like a natural birth, I'm not obviously within natural, but like into water, then I think I shouldn't probably talk about this. Can't got a clue, but I'm sure because it goes straight into water.
You should have some clue.
That's very sexist. I'm very sorry, but very sexist. Just because I'm a woman with a woman's body does not mean I should know more about women than men.
They did say that the embryonic fluid is just a growth medium, like as if you was putting a plant in rooting gel.
Yeah, because when it comes away, you've got the whole placenta comes away after the baby's born, and then that's cut. So therefore, you're cutting off its lifeline, and that's why it's then born into the real world, and it has to breathe and fend for itself, but it can't. It needs to be that born.
Put it this way, Angela, if I had a woman's body, it wouldn't go out.
Sonic, that sound your chair's making sounds like you've got somebody locked up in a basement.
I know. I keep on getting threatened to be fucking sent some WD-40 or some shit.
I was saying about that live on carbon dioxide. I can't find the one on the specific moon, but back in 2019, I've got it here in front of me on Google. research have created a strain of the lab workhorse bacterium, full name unpronounceable coli, that grows by consuming carbon dioxide instead of sugars or other organic molecules. I'll post the name of it if anybody's interested in chat. But
Well,
yeah,
carbon dioxide contains our oxygen as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, there you go. Unpronounceable coli.
But there's also species out there that the both male and female.
Shit. What?
I know they're in Parliament, don't they? Mainly.
Well, they've more or less proved that they could grow plants on Mars if they had water, a source of water, because they did a synthetic soil that they made on Earth based on what the machines out there had tested in the Martian soil, and it can be used as a growing medium, apparently.
Interesting.
But you would have to terraform it first, wouldn't you, to live on Mars?
Are you off, Scott? Are you going?
Hello, Justin.
Are you going, Scott?
No, he was just annoyed because he says that you could see him in the back or whatnot. You didn't let him on or whatnot.
No, I didn't even send any comments.
Yeah,
yeah, but it's the same as Bobby and Deadpool were in the back for a bit as well, because I didn't want to have too many people on at once at that point.
No, yeah, sorry, I did. Scott, I thought you said you had problems with the tablet browser thing.
Yeah, he said he reckons his tablet's been hacked or something. That's why the sound's bad. But
So you didn't. That's what I thought. I would have said to Dan that you were there. Sorry, me.
I don't think that's the reason. I think it could just be like a cheap, crappy microphone, or it could be something wrong with the microphone or something.
No, he did have the problems. I think last time, didn't he? He wasn't able to get on because the browser settings.
Well, if he was hacked, they'd do more than just mess with his microphone. They'd do more than that.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a microwave, Dan? Scott? Hello? Can you hear me?
Bobby?
Hello, could you hear me?
Lucifer, shut up, stop being a bitch.
Hello?
Oh, no.
yeah, they can hear you, Bobby. We don't know what happened with that. I know what he's on about, Dan. It's when Scott needed the microwave that time and somebody was going to give him one.
What are we talking about? What? I'm lost.
Scott
it's
on
a
the
question
microwave.
Bobby asked just now. Did Scott ever get his microwave months ago?
All right.
Hey, Lucifer, you say you've been waiting weeks. I sent down a request on Skype back on the 24th of July and he hasn't accepted it yet, so...
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to keep up with everything on my own, so my apologies.
It's not complaining, it's just saying that, he's not the only one, so...
Yeah, I've got one subscriber that they just won't let him press the alert bell.
Well, I'm going to be on for about another hour. So before I knock it on the head, let's listen to the conversation. No, so I've got Princess Angela just come back. She just disappeared and come back again. So hello again.
I'm going to be off anyway. I'll still be watching the channel. But I want to quickly grab something to eat. I'm not starving, but I'm a bit naked. So
no worries, Stuart. Well, listen, it's nice to see you. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it.
Well, like I say, a channel only works with support, doesn't it? So
yeah, exactly.
Well, you've contributed to the discussions tonight, so thank you for that.
You never wait to munch on some man meat. Watch time with an nice Chianti.
Say, hang on. The only accent in the world that even Google Translate gets lost with. Say that slowly.
Like fuck, I'm no Irish then.
No, seriously, my mate, he's up from somewhere near Glasgow, and every time I speak to him, it's like, no. Like, try Google Translate, and even Google is like, fuck.
Yeah, put some keywords in the conversation.
It's like, write the fucker down,
I forgot it's got originally anyway. So you're
Good night,
munch on.
Psychosis is off to bed.
No, I'm going to do some chicken popcorn. I'm fucking starving. So
anyway,
speak to you all later.
You're waiting to munch on some man meat washed down with a nice Chianti.
Oh,
I'm not going to eat some man meat.
See you later.
Ta-da, mate. Goodbye, psychos, Mrs. Good night to you.
Mrs.
Scott, okay, sorry. Then when you get everyone turns roboty, that's what happened.
Well, I've got another woman in the background here.
Oh,
so this is going to be less of a sausage fest. And let's see if we can turn it into a taco fest.
But that no one time we could just have an adult only phone in.
Oh dear.
Christ.
Boom. Hello, Miss Pandora.
Pandora.
Hello.
Hello.
Evening.
I figured it was about time there was more females on here.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair enough.
Put
Have
some
you dressed,
ratio. Put
have
some
you dressed
ratio
up
into
especially for us?
No, Dan, you
Oh,
should know
fuck.
this is
You
pretty
can
much
fuck
what I
off then.
fucking wear.
That's your lovely dress for tonight. Oh.
Oh, hello.
I've got me Scottish skirt on today.
For some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason you remind me of like a restaurant, like a waiter or whatnot. You go to get it.
I don't think a waiter or a waitress would wear something like this.
No.
No, but
Can I get you some coffee?
for a minute I thought you were wearing a kilt as well.
It would depend where you're serving and what you're serving.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be working at Hooters, Dan.
Cocktail sausages in one hand.
Unfortunately, they're not big enough for that.
Cocktail sausage in one hand and meatballs in the other hand.
Oh, don't, Jack, don't put yourself down like that, mate.
Oh, Jesus
I said I'd be here, Holly. I promised I'd be here.
And you're here.
I am here.
Have you got any
Indeed.
views on what we were discussing earlier?
Not really. I just felt like there needed to be more women.
So that's it. More women.
I got mine sat
right.
in the background here.
Right, guys. Hang on a second. Mike, for some reason, my Skype wasn't working tonight. I don't know why. We had a bit of a technical issue. And as soon as you know, I bit like yourself, tend to do everything myself, and I either don't have the time or I haven't got the brains to fix it. So I'm not sure what happened, but
Oh, so that's how we couldn't hear anybody else that called in then.
yeah,
Right.
yes. So there we go. Anyway, go on, carry on, guys.
Amazing idea.
So hold on, we got a 1, 2, 3. So we got a 2 to 6 ratio. For every 2 females, there are 6 men. For every 1 female, there's 3 men.
Foursome.
Bang bang.
I'm saying nothing because Mrs. Psycho's still behind me.
So
No, I was waiting for a Pandora's box comment.
Come on.
I was waiting for a Pandora's box comment.
Yeah, just go no comment interview. You know. Just
so
say no comment.
Lost Souls Paranormal reckons it should be a females only at the start of next week's panel. I mean, I'm game for that.
Amen.
So does that mean
Yeah.
you're gonna go? What I'll do is I'll dress up in female stuff. I'll put makeup on and everything.
What again?
Yeah, that's the deal then. Yeah.
I was just about to say, isn't that your Saturday thing?
No, I don't wear makeup.
But you
I
said
could
it. I
just imagine Dan in a frock.
There's pictures of it. I'm really kidding.
It's never been unsaid. I'm not into
What's
women.
the dress code, Dan?
I'm not into women.
No dress code on here. Sonic's proved that in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, where it comes.
Wear what you want.
It's just like a big.
Yeah, no, I'm not into women, bearded veteran.
You're not
I make you keep
Jack,
on, man.
you
Some of you
don't
fuckers
like
make
that.
going in.
Sasha, you brought it all on yourself, Sasha. Sorry.
You did. You really did.
There you go. The missus has posted a comment.
I'm so but I'm just saying it. I think
sweating here now.
I think a Sonic and his nipples.
Believe me, you don't want to see mine. I'd have to lower my belt.
To be fair though, I normally wear worse than this.
Good night, Scott. Take it easy. Look after
So,
yourself.
Jack, are you 100% gay then? Or you bi?
What?
Are you
What?
100% gay or you bi?
I don't really want to go into it.
Cool, you got a hell of an echo there, Bobby.
Because I just don't. It's for me. It's like awkward to talk about. I don't even
I'll
really
be
like
honest
talking
with you,
about it to my
Jack.
parents.
I'm bisexual myself. If I don't get it for free, I buy it.
I'm trisexual. I'll try anything.
Try anything
sexual.
once.
oh, okay. I thought you meant you were going to do it on a bike or something.
Sorry.
I need one of those face palm memes for right about now, don't I?
Jack is on the same level as me.
It depends. What level?
I don't know. Okay, I'm on the same level.
Neither do I.
Well, it's normally me that lowers the tone of the conversation.
I don't think we've lowered the team. I think just I got over.
You look like you were going to faint there for a second.
I'm laughing that much. I'm crying.
Oh, Dan, I've got legal aid for the civil case against the police. Check that. How amazing.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, wicked. Well done.
And then it was all like, yeah, I want it for this. And after 3 appeals to the, is it the independent legal aid, whatever they are, they've agreed it. So I'm like, yeah, come on, let's go.
Excellent. Well done.
Like, modern it out there. People should always, like we were saying before, people should always go forward with the complaints because even if they can't, even with like no win, no fee and stuff like that, they'll always try with no win, no fee to settle out of court, always. And they'll never accept responsibility and they'll always say that in letters.
I have to go, guys. Sorry.
Okay.
Something just came
Good
up.
night, Deadpool.
No worries.
Good night.
Just came up.
Good to see you again, Deadpool.
Good night, Deadpool. See you soon.
Right,
Good
man.
see you.
Take
Good
it easy.
afternoon, good evening, good night.
And yeah, so it's definitely worth always fighting and even try and get legal aid because on cases where it's like, well, no cases, everyone's entitled to civil
Yeah, of
case.
course.
You know what I mean? So it's always good to try it.
Yeah.
I've got it like quite a few times now.
Well, did you hear about my news earlier?
I did, yeah. That's just
so.
What news?
I mean, it's not as much as I'd like to have got, but it's something.
It's principle, I think, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Every 2 seconds.
Well, Jack, the reason this channel started was because of an arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, outside a police station, and I didn't think it was right that they should have arrested me, so I went to a solicitor and I fought the case, and over 3.5 years later, the police have finally agreed to settle.
Right.
So
probably weren't a lot of money, I assume.
It's not a great deal, but it's enough. It's not a lot, but it's enough. But it just goes to prove that even though it's, this has gone on for 3.5 years, and I've, to be honest, when you've got somebody fighting the case for you, you haven't got to put that much time into it. So although it can be stressful, and although you can be like, oh, fuck's sake, this is taking ages, if you just let your brief deal with it, which is what they're there for, yeah, and then eventually you should come to a conclusion. But
yeah, and finally now you've got the answer you wanted for.
Well, if I hadn't have pushed on this, then I'd be a hypocrite. I tell people all the time that they need to stand their ground and fight against injustices. And and if I was to give up on this, then I would be a complete hypocrite and I wouldn't be able to show my face on this channel. So I've had to push through, and I've had to keep going as long as it's taken. But the way that I see it is that even though the police have agreed to settle, and it's not a great deal, I've got far more out of the police than what they're offering me, because I've now got this channel. I've got the community behind this channel. I've got an amazing platform with people that, you know, not everybody agrees with everything I say, but I've built a community around this channel with people who are happy to get involved, happy to share their opinions and their thoughts, whether they agree with me or not. And that to me is, you know, 3 years of this channel to get to where I am now is a lot more than what the police could have offered me in damages.
The satisfaction in getting it out there, how they work, that's
yeah.
You know, like we said in the phone call the other day, you know, you've got a lot more out of it than you physically got out of it, as it were.
You got more benefits from it.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got the bigger one coming up against the Mets soon as well, so that's the one to be concentrating on.
Well,
if you win from that,
I'm still waiting on all of that at the moment. But yeah, there shouldn't be an issue there. In fact, I haven't heard from the brief from that for a while, so I need to get in touch with them.
Yeah, but at least they should be giving you your equipment and that back by this time frame now.
Yeah, so I need to chase that up. So yeah, I will get onto that this week, hopefully, and find out what's going on.
At least with that, it's some kind of acknowledgement that admittance that they fucked up. You know what I mean, for what they've done. So you get something out of it.
Yeah.
Some kind of justice.
Is, you know, they say, a payout isn't an admission of guilt, but let's face it, if somebody look at it this way, look at what happened over the past couple of weeks. They sent me a drop hands. In other words, they didn't want me to take it to court. They used the fact that they were doing me a favour by saying, look, if you just drop hands now, then you won't have to pay our legal costs if you lose. And that's just a threat. That's all that is. It's a threat. And I'm not going to accept that, because I believe strongly that I wasn't in the wrong when they were. So I refused that, and I said to my brief, I said, I think they're saying it just to get me to fuck off and leave me alone. But they're not. It's not happening.
They could drag it out for another 3.5 years.
Yeah. So I was like, it's not happening. You know what I mean? I'm not giving up. I'm not going to walk away. I believe strongly that they've done something wrong, and they fucking will pay for it. And then I think it was the same day, but later in the evening, the brief emailed me, so 6 o'clock at night or something it was, and said, yeah, I think you was right. I think they were just trying to scare you off, because now they've accepted that they're going to make you an offer.
Yeah.
And 2 days later, I got an offer.
Did they contact you yourself? Did they contact you directly, please? Not the...
No. It's all done through the brief.
No, but when you got that letter, did you receive that yourself, or did they receive it? Sorry.
No, I've not received. No, it's all through the brief.
Okay, then just checking.
The brief email. The police email the brief, and then the brief sends me the email of the letter.
Right. Okay.
Just out of interest, did they ask you to sign a confidentiality thing under it, like they have done others?
I've not yet, no, but I'm still waiting for the payment to be processed. They've said it could take up to 4 weeks. In that time, I might well get something to say. Don't say anything, but it's too to just have.
Yeah, because they've done it to others.
I'm not going to say how much. I'm not going to say how much it is. No. But I can tell you that it's not a great deal. But it is a conclusion, and it is some kind of, as far as I'm concerned, some kind of admittance to their failure.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have paid up.
So, Dan, can I ask you a face then about something?
Yeah, go on.
Remember my ex tried to get me done for beating her boyfriend up?
Yeah.
They said the same, no further action taken. Can I take the police to court? Because I can prove when she said I'm supposed to beat him up. I was in Swansea.
It's difficult because they need to arrest you in order to ascertain the information, don't they? So they need to arrest you to work out whether or not you was able to do it or not. So I would say you can't take them to court for that necessarily, unless it was an unlawful arrest. For example, they didn't follow the procedures that they're supposed to during the arrest, or they hurt you in some way, or tried to manipulate the evidence that they've got. But they have to arrest you under suspicion of something in order to get the facts from you, to sort of to compare to what she has said. So you couldn't take them to court just for being arrested. There has to be a reason why that was an arrest, or they used excessive force or something like that.
Well, she's going around telling people I got me buddies to get the charges dropped. But it was dropped because I was in a different place, different parts of the country at the time that she said I twatted them.
What you might be able to do is you might be able to do something with a civil claim against your ex-partner. If she's lied to the police in order to get you arrested, the test in a civil court is far lower than it is in a criminal court. In a criminal court, there has to be a avoidance, no doubt, basically. Okay, so in a civil case, it's completely different. There's obviously no jury there. It's just a judge that has to believe what you're saying over what they're saying. And if you can prove that you was out of the area at the time when she's said that you was in the area, then clearly she's lied about that. So you could potentially take her to civil court over that.
Well, that's why I did it. The charges got dropped, Dan, because I proved, I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but the date that she said I posted went round the house and beat him up. Out in Swansea, Wales, basically. So, therefore, she must be lying, mustn't she?
Yeah, if you can prove that you weren't in the area, then yeah, she must have been lying. Sorry, Pandora, go on.
I was literally just about to say the same thing. If you can prove you were in that area at the time of the accusation, you'll have no problems.
Well, I've got the hotel. About 20 people who's made a statements to the police. But she's trying to say I got my friends, my buddies. But some of the people at the hotel
they're saying
staff.
You arranged it.
Yeah. The staff, the taxi fellas.
Who's saying this? Your ex or the police?
Yeah.
But she would need proof. She would need evidence to support what she's saying.
Yeah.
She can't. This whole thing. I mean, do you remember what we spoke about in the past? Do you remember what we talked about in the past regarding everyone coming on the channel, like 2 people coming on the channel, and how they were accusing Dan of doing things and this and that, right? Although it's something similar, right? You're being accused of doing something that you didn't do, or you're being accused of whatever, right? You need evidence, right? Evidence, more specifically, either video and or pictures, right? Hearsay or verbal conversation
Jack,
is not grounds.
CCTV video evidence as well. When I was in the hotel, when I was mentioned the concert, when I was around the thing, there's loads of evidence to support the fact.
But that's what I'm trying to say. You would if she's making them accusations against you, if you want to make a civil claim against her, you would need evidence to support that you weren't doing anything like that. But if she's trying to get you, I don't know, prosecuted, or she's trying to do whatever she's trying to do legally, she would need proof that what she's saying is true. Because if it's not, then I don't know what the repercussions are. But I assume that wasting the court. I assume she should be dealt with in regards to wasting the court's time, or making false accusations or whatever.
Bobby, did the police? Obviously, the police got involved, and were you arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and did you spend time in custody?
Overnight.
So they arrested you then without obviously doing the investigation. Then they didn't do it. Well, they didn't do the interviews. Like, say for example, like in my situation, they interviewed the people that they knew would benefit their case. basically. And the complainant's case, for example, and they didn't do it where they interviewed impartial people, like you say, the members of staff at this hotel and the independent witnesses. And that on its own, I think, depending if it was like straight after or even a time after the event happened, it's clear that it would be, I'm assuming, maybe not unlawful arrest isn't what they use anymore, is it? Another terminology, but yeah, there would be a case against police for that, definitely. But how long ago was it though? Pablo, it's not getting involved. So. No.
Sorry, guys, I'm watching the chat.
It is quite interesting.
Just a bit. Holy fuck, man.
But this is why civil cases are so important when the police don't want to follow through. As I say, the test for a civil case is much lower than a criminal case, magistrates or crown, and therefore the proof that may not be accepted by the police may well be accepted by a civil court.
Yeah, it's it's more likely than not, rather than without reasonable doubt or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but as soon as like the CPS generally see you taking on the case or see you taking the case to court that they should have done, then they will generally step in and open the case again. Is it Gail and Mags, Dan? They're like wanting. Well, we spoke about the other case. One that.
Say that again. Sorry.
Do you know Gail and Mags?
Yes.
Yes. How beautiful are they as people? They're amazing. Such strong women. And they're, because obviously now I've got legal aid, it's kind of like throwing everything up in the air because we never thought we'd get it, and that's why I went to them in the first place. And so, but now they're like looking at the other case with my ex because of obviously the crap way in which I dealt with that. And yeah, so is the limitations, like time limitations and stuff, it's kind of, you have to look at that as well, just saying.
Excellent. Mike, give us a wave. Give us a wave, Mike.
Put your hand in the air.
Put your hands in the air.
Oh my god.
I think you're frozen, Mike.
No, don't.
I will say good night to all. I'll go to bed now.
Right.
See you soon. Bye bye.
All right, take it easy.
Right,
take it easy.
Hey.
Right.
Don't.
I'm bringing a mic onto the screen if his camera works.
Don't do it, darling.
I think your camera's frozen. I think it has.
It's just all black.
Take my phone.
Yeah, I've only got a black screen on him here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only a black screen for me too.
Take them.
All right. Try it again, Mike, if you can. I'll leave it there for the moment in case it.
And then this camera will be on, it will be working, otherwise you won't be able to come on to here at all because it will say mic and camera or camera's not working. And
yeah,
stuff like
it might be the signal. We'll see.
Can't you put yourself a big screen or something?
Sorry?
Unless he hasn't activated his gear in the settings.
Put yourself a big screen.
No, it was moving and then it stopped, so I'm guessing it's a signal issue.
Or it's porn bomber.
Jesus.
No?
No, I know this wouldn't be a porn bomber. I know that because this person, nobody would know this person.
I think there's enough of that. Can I share it in the comments, man? Holy fuck.
I'm not even looking at them. Hang on.
And this is me not drinking. I'm like 10 times worse when I am drinking.
It's one thing with me. I can get daft as hell when I never drink.
Right, so we've got about half an hour left. We've got about half an hour.
Fuck hell, Roger, that's a revolt thought.
I think you need to stick the fan on there,
Hey,
Stuart.
what do you reckon, Sonic? Nearly 2 weeks without weed. 2 months without any weed.
Who's that?
I've went for a
Me.
good few years with it, that shit, man.
Been on
Right.
it for over 45 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well done.
How do you,
Well
mate?
done.
Nice
For
one.
45 years, I mean, not the 2 weeks off of it.
Why did you stop?
Health reasons, really, because of the strokes. I've got a lot of issues with my bloods and that now as well. And I only used to use it to sleep, but since I've stopped it, it made no difference. I just cut it out.
Hello, Mike.
I'm
Hey.
Hey!
I'm going out and I'm coming back
Hey.
in. My phone's robotic
Oh.
again.
Right.
It's frozen again.
That dog's just phoned the RSPCA. He's watching me going like this for the last 10 minutes to a blank screen.
Your signal's really,
Can
really
you hear
bad,
me,
Mike.
guys?
Just about, yeah.
That's pretty laggy.
Well, there's nothing on in the background.
Yeah, it just keeps freezing.
Let me take everything off. Hang on.
It's that's an internet issue. That isn't anything computer related. That's just an internet issue.
Yeah,
So
I've
whenever
got a
you
good
sound
signal as well.
Yeah, Wi-Fi can be a pain in the arse sometimes.
Yeah, it's frozen
Yeah.
up again.
Yeah.
I can hear you, but you're frozen.
I'm surprised my McDonald's Wi-Fi's not fucked up yet.
Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
It's been good
Mike?
since you got that cable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. It might be. Try turning your camera off to save the bandwidth. That might help with the. At least we might be able to hear you properly.
Hang on. Hang on. Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes with regards to the signal, but we can hear you. How are you, Mike?
It's like watching stop-go motion, isn't it? Before the internet used to do it, we had Mike Collier. Norman Collier, that was it.
Hang on, say that again, Mike.
Yeah. Personally, I think we should. Yeah. Eh?
Can't hear you properly. It's breaking up.
Everybody's freezing up.
It's your end then, Mike.
Must be a connection.
Yeah, we're all right here.
I'll try and come back.
All right, mate.
It's not. No.
Go back and come back in
No
for the
problem in
link
Yorkshire.
again.
No problem in East Yorkshire. Fine over here.
It's that Yorkshire internet. It's always fucking terrible.
You always disrespect the North. I mean, again. Okay.
Funny enough, I used to have the same sort of problems when I was up in Cumbria when we go up on the fishing breaks and that. The internet is very sporadic up there.
Right.
He might be trying to come back in again.
Can I just say, do you know what was mentioned earlier? About, I think it was Jack Blaze mentioned about the, oh my god, the price cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's the other, I think the other one about having a windfall tax, weren't they? On oil and gas. No.
Yeah, they're not taking it now. They're not going to up it.
Yeah.
No,
And so basically, what the government is forcing us to do, the taxpayer obviously, is to lend them billions, which we're all good normal people that pay tax have to pay back. And then they want to start obviously fracking. Energy bills aren't being frozen, they're increasing. Literally, they are increasing still, aren't they, to 2,500. So that is what is going to be capped.
No. So the cap was going to, on the October 1st, they were going to increase it to £3,549. But this was before This is before they then introduced or they mentioned about freezing the energy cap. And then obviously she said she was going to freeze it to around
Jack,
2,500.
it didn't happen until Truss come in. She froze
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were going
She's dropping the VAT on our energy bills, but she's going to be taking more by raising the price cap.
That's what I'm saying.
She's doing is, what she's doing is we're lending money, we're lending them billions, because instead of taxing like the rich companies that get away with paying no tax in this country, or they're earning, these companies, these oil companies and everything, they're earning billions and billions in profit through all of this. Instead of a massive windfall tax on all of that, where they pay more in tax and so then they give more back to the economy. Instead of doing that, the government are forcing us as people, to lend them
pay that
millions.
back. Yeah.
No, but
Well,
we're
they're
lending them
actually
millions.
giving tax relief to the big energy producers.
Yeah. And we're in a way giving them millions back. Yeah. In the fact that they're not having to pay taxes.
Well, how I see it, Angela.
It's the same as I said in the video the other day. All they're doing is a different way of robbing the poor to pay the rich.
Yeah,
let's not kid ourselves here, right? If a court turned around to you and said, "I'm going to give you 20 years," your ass would fall out, and then they turn around and go, "Oh, actually, we'll just give you 15." You'll go, "Oh, phew, thank fuck for that." That's exactly what the government are doing. Right, they're saying, "Oh, it's gonna be £3,000 or 3,500 or £5,000, but we're going to do you a favour and we're going to stop it at this much, which is still fucking 2 or 3 times more than we've already been paying."
Yeah,
but we're going to be happy with it because
at the end of the day, it should never be going up. It should never be going up because we paid for oil and gas up until like middle of next year anyway. We've got enough in this country. This country could like supply its own like enough energy, but it's about storage. We don't have enough storage in this country to supply ourselves. So instead of building ourselves more storage, we have to sell our part of our own energy. We're still selling it, so that doesn't make sense.
I wonder if the reason why Ofgem has been putting the price up is because it's to do with the whole Ukraine nonsense, like the whole, not getting enough.
You've only got to look at the percentage that the bills have gone up over the EU, Jack. Germany went up 10%. I think it was Denmark. The highest was a 20% rise, yet we've had a 200% rise.
And it's always been the same with the governments and shit like that. It's like whatever
it's nothing to do with Russia and the Ukraine. It's to do with the government making money.
But the government's not. I mean, it's the thing with them. It's whatever they say they're going to give with one hand.
They are
take with the other.
as much as some people don't want to say, this country is crippling day by day.
Yeah.
And it's going to get to that point where we're going to be. I was having a conversation with Dad about this. It's going to get to the point where people are going to be bypassing their electric and gas meters because they cannot afford, or people are going to be switching off their electric and gas meters, not paying for them. They're going to be having open fires and all this kind of stuff. And the council could be like, "You're not allowed to do that." We can't afford to pay for gas and electric because you guys are robbing us. So
there's many countries in the EU, in the continent now, that are cutting down trees to fire their power stations.
Yeah, but we've got nuclear power that could easily offshore wind and offshore and on land. God.
Did you see that idiot the other day put solar panels on your roof so you can charge your electric car overnight? How does that work?
I know.
That's not what this purpose is for.
No, but we've got a horse box there, yeah? We've got a horse box, and for some reason, it's got solar panels on the roof. That's how we bought it. Like, we don't get much sun, do we? It's like, what the hell's going on with that? It's just crazy.
Right, hang on. Right, guys, I want to come to Mike in just a second, but I just want to respond to Steve Baker. If your house gets broken into, who would you call? Have some respect for our police force, you fat, unemployed, benefit thieving, council scamming scrote. I'll let you guys go first.
Really?
Right, okay, can I say something? No,
yeah,
can I go first?
We should take it in turns, yeah. We should take it in turns, yeah.
Okay, can I go
Baker,
first?
when the police start showing us some respect, they might get some back.
Yeah, someone else,
Next. Next.
Go on, Jack. Anyone?
Well, I'll just say if any fucker breaks
go,
into my
Angela?
house, if any fucker wants to try and break into my house, they'll be getting an ambulance fucking phoned. Because the time the coppers fucking turn up, it'll be far too late anyway. Because they're too busy
If
turning
they
up at other
turn up.
people's fucking doors to check their fucking thinking.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
to be,
they
perfect,
fucking doors
to
properly.
be honest, 9 times out of 10, we'd probably deal with it ourselves rather than
Aye.
call the police, because the police are unreliable. They're unreliable, completely unreliable. You call them, and they either two things happen, well, three things happen. Either they don't turn up at all, they either turn up the next day, or they turn up several hours later. So it's either one. It's either one of them three options. You know.
Tiff, go on.
That I've found in my house that either get air rifle bullet to the ass, or a crossbow shot to the ass. They wouldn't be running away.
And I think that just about sums up all of your opinions, sum up my opinion. So now we're going to change
It's
subject
not
again.
mine. Excuse
Mike,
me.
I thought you said your bit. Go on in.
I've never got time.
All right, go on in.
Silence the women. No, I'm only joking. But yeah, so if my house got broken into, they will run in and be like, ah, shit, someone else has been here first. First of all,
You're better off calling the gate.
that's what would actually happen. Yeah. And have respect for our upstairs. Are you taking the fucking piss? The force that is just the biggest gang in this country, who are the only service that we know stand side by side along criminals and cover each other's backs. You've got the nursing profession who ousted and made clear that they want nothing to do with that murdering nurse who murdered babies, right? They made sure she was no longer a nurse and she got punished because she was a criminal. You've got doctors who every single time the GMC take away their everything they can do, they take away, obviously they can't be a doctor anymore, yeah? Because if they fail in their duty of being a doctor, then they are no longer fit to be a doctor. The police are the only people that cover each other's backs and lie for them, lie in court, be in contempt of court, and allow victims of domestic violence to be just left alone, to allow rapists to walk free, even though they admit it. They allow police officers that are drunk, pissed up, beating a woman up, headbutting a woman, knocking her unconscious, having a seizure, then putting himself on duty when he's so pissed and his jaw swinging like he's on some crack cocaine shit, and then allowing him to arrest her. So tell me, what part of that would make you think I would, me personally, ever call a police officer in my life again?
And
Tell me why.
Angela, it was supposed to be an opinion, not a fucking essay, love.
That wasn't an essay, that was a speech. That was a speech. And you know what? Derbyshire Constabulary had that. Like, I got threatened to be stabbed not long ago. Just randomly at the bus station. No, it was at the bus stop in Derby by a train station. This guy came up to me telling me that he had just stabbed his mate at a wedding reception, blah 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 blah. And I was like, huh, okay. He went, have you got a fag? And I was like, He went, have you got a lighter? I was like, And he went, what are you being so nervous for? I'll stab you. I was like, what? Right. So I messaged Derby Police on Messenger asking if there'd been a stabbing. Yeah, they tried to, they honest to God tried to tell me they wanted my details, my date of birth, blah, 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 to make a report. I was like, are you taking the piss out of me? You know my details, and I don't want to make a report because I'd never call you in a million years. And even if I was being murdered by my ex-partner, I would not. I'd phone the funeral people. I wouldn't phone the police, literally, or the drum. So the person then, can I just say also, he's a troll. He's been in here many times and he's come under different names. So remove yourself, you little prick. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Right now let's get back to what I was
I'll mute
talking
myself.
about.
Sorry.
Because we had a bit of trouble with Mike's connection, didn't we? Mike, are you there?
He's frozen again.
He's frozen. It reminds me of
all that.
I was trying to say earlier before we started talking about all that. Let me send me some dresses, Pandora.
I don't think they'd suit you.
Well, the
They're
thing
all-
is, my mums won't fit me, so I can't use them.
I don't think mine would either.
Well, I don't know. You don't know until you try. I mean, I've got a bit of a belly on me, so you never know.
Not this much of one.
Chris, can you do me a favour? Can you just touch your nose with your left hand, please, mate? Thank you. I know it sounds a bit weird, but I need to be careful with porn bombers and gore bombers on the channel. So I'm bringing you on now, Chris.
Infiltrators.
Hello there. Can't hear you, Chris.
It'd be funny
He's
if
probably watching the stream.
Can't hear you. Check your settings on StreamYard. Check your microphone and make sure.
Are you okay, Paps?
Oh, that's it. I can hear you now.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Have we spoken before in the comments or?
Yeah. You spoke to me like 5 months ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for jumping on. Anything in particular you want to talk about or bring up or discuss?
Yeah. Well, the justice system. The police is in a mess, and the prison service, and everything's in a mess.
It is indeed. Your sound's very crackly, Chris. I don't know what's.
He's got quite a bit of lag there as well.
It's probably just like
Chris, is it you?
Say again, Princess.
Oh, Chris Wright. I think I know Chris Wright. Do I know Chris Wright?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes on Shadowban's channel.
On whose channel? Shelley's.
Yeah. Can I say what you do with the
okay.
job? Is that okay?
Well, I can. To be honest, I can see Chris is wearing a top there with a crest on, with a crown on the top. I'm presuming that's potentially got something to do with a job that you do.
It's prison officer.
I literally just as I said that, I saw your lanyard and I saw the word prison. So yeah, so I yeah. So what's it like? Can you tell us what it's like being a prison? You're a prison guard, yeah?
Me, yeah.
Yeah. What's it like these days?
I've like everyone else. Yeah, I have to keep my mouth shut. I could speak a bit about it, but it's gone worse. But in the old prison I was working in, it's lots of corruption. Like I said to Shelley, I want to stay away from that place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair. To be fair, and this is no reflection on yourself, obviously. We know there's an awful lot of corruption in all of these positions, including in the prison service. And again, not everybody is the same, and I understand that, and I get that, and I appreciate that. But I mean, let me ask you a serious question. If you saw a colleague doing something they shouldn't be doing, would you tell a superior?
Yeah, would you intervene? Or
no, that might put you on the spot a little bit there, and I apologise if it has, but it is an important question, I think.
Yeah, of course. I tell my manager.
Right.
I tell SOs too.
What do you think about?
Still needs for someone to be beaten up. Like, it's not nice. You pick on someone or get shit out of them.
Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. I've got a guest.
Smudge.
I've got a guest coming to see us.
Smudge. Don't know where mine is. She's upstairs.
Okay.
She's on the sofa behind you.
Oh, he had to go up and have a lay down earlier on. I took a bit of a funny turn and the cat fell asleep on the bed, and I think she's still up.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, the prison service might be corrupt a bit, but it's all sex offenders.
Say again, sorry.
Yeah, it's some sex offenders in the police, not in the prison service.
Sex offenders in the police.
He said sex offenders in the prison service.
Well, it's none in the prison service. No sex offenders.
I don't think I've ever, to be honest, I don't think I've ever reported on one that I can remember. Most of it is to do with prison officers, getting their knickers off for prisoners, or taking drugs in. But say again, Chris. I'm struggling to hear you because your connection's really, really poor.
Yeah. That happens quite a lot, perhaps. In some jails, you don't get done for corruption now. You just get sacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You go to misconduct. What is that about? So you have misconduct meetings, and then
you don't get done no more. You don't go. You don't get prosecuted no more. You just get sacked because the prison's in compliance.
Because that then helps the statistics when they turn around and say how many people have been have been convicted of something in the prison service. They can turn around and give a much smaller number because they haven't been.
Perhaps I walk in tomorrow, and in a few days I get sacked.
Yeah.
Because everyone's embarrassed.
I think that's the way it's going for a lot of these places. Even the police, I always comment on when they fail to release a name of somebody, especially if it's to do with a sexual offence, which I think is in the public interest, because every woman and mother or father needs to know that somebody is a sexual deviant. But again, a lot of these cases, not all of them, some of them do make it to court, which is good, glad to see. But there are a lot that only sit a misconduct hearing. They resign before their misconduct hearing, and they just pretty much go and get on with their life, just go and find another job, And it's sickening to know that. I mean, none of us would be able to if we got the boot from any job. And I guarantee if we got the boot from any job and our ex-employer found out that we was working somewhere else, like for a rival or something like that, you can guarantee they'd be on the phone to them telling them. But the police wouldn't do that. None of these organisations.
Perhaps I could take in drugs tomorrow, and next week I get a sack. I could find a new job next week.
So do you not get where you get a verbal warning and then the actual process that you go through?
Not something like that. You
would. No. Petty things. Yeah. You get a warning. Drugs, sleeping with your mates.
I got a question for Chris. Chris, if you got sacked from a certain prison for something, can you apply for a job at another prison? Is there a bar list like there is with the police?
No, you're on the ban list.
Right.
So it's the same as the police barred list, yeah.
Do you work for the prison or do you work for I don't know, you have G4S and stuff?
In other words, do you work for HM Prison Services? HM Prison Services or for a private company?
Shanley knows. I work for a prison service.
I appreciate you can't say that.
Right. Shanley's seen me with my uniform on.
I can remember that. Yeah.
Okay, because obviously, Chris, there are prisons out there that are run and controlled by security companies rather than the prison services. So yeah. So bearing in mind the way that you would get dealt with if you've done something to a gross misconduct standard, you'd get the boot in a couple of days.
Some prisons you get prosecuted, some you don't.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what I think you'll find is the private companies don't want a bad name, so they'll try and cover it up far more, I think, than the prison service would.
Yeah, and
in my opinion.
And the prison service, the word about name.
Yeah.
Can I ask what Catholic prison you
Me?
Yeah. I know you
yeah, don't give the name of don't make sure you don't give the name of the prison, wouldn't you?
If you don't want to say anything, bear that in mind.
But yeah, I'm getting transferred soon.
Missed that, it broke up as you said it.
Yeah, it's a Cat C prison, but yeah, I'm getting transferred.
Okay, yeah. I've got a cat scene near me for something. It's Cat C open prison, sorry. Is that? No.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. They go right wandering, don't they? Do you know what I mean? They're like, off they go. But to be fair, they have a restaurant there, and they do nice meals and stuff.
Yeah. The food's okay, and you get showers, and you get the laptops, and you get the phones, you get you get nice bed, you get clean clothes all the time.
I was really sorry.
As we used to say, you get 2 hots and a cot.
3 meals a day. 3 meals a day, heating paid for. Fuck it, let's go to prison.
No council tax.
And in some cases, you can still get benefits while you're in there.
And the people that go and visit you get money.
The Cat D, you've got some Cat Ds in my prison. You could work full time unless you come back on time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to come home for 3 days a week. Yeah, people in prison get the full wage and they get the free accommodation. Everyone has to pay.
Right, I'm going to commit a crime. I'm joking.
Yeah, you're better off in some cases. This is what I just said. 3 meals a day. All your fucking luxuries, or not all of them, but you get some luxuries and you get your lecky paid for.
Yeah, Cat D, you could get a job, full-time job.
Fuck it. Right, what do I need to do to get in a Cat D?
Yeah, do tell. Yeah, tell them.
Fucking hell.
I think it's mainly though, isn't it, when you're coming out of like a long stretch and then you go to be rehabilitated in the community, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Unless you come back on time, no one cares. You could do a full-time job and come back on time. Well, like everyone says, you got free food and free accommodation, and you get to go home for 3 days sometimes.
And you get a key to your own cell and stuff, don't you?
What?
You get a key to your own room cell or something.
Yeah. You could have your own cell sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, with keys and privacy.
With keys, yeah. God, you know.
Wow. It's like basically Butlins, but without a fairground.
Everyone says it's like a hotel. Well,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
You get your own keys.
In fact, they get treated. Let's have it right. They get treated. Let's be fair. They, I don't blame some of the refugees that come over for moaning about where they're staying and everything else at the moment, because they're being invited. Come on, you've made it here. Let's get you fed and clothed and somewhere to live and all the rest of it. But they still don't get everything that you get when you're in a Cat D prison.
Exactly.
They don't get to go and work whilst not having to pay all this stuff. If they start working, they're fucked. You know what I mean? You go to prison, you ain't.
And any genuine refugee would be grateful for what they're given. This lot aren't.
Absolutely.
And as you know, that I'm quite passionate about that, because that's something I do report on.
Yeah, perhaps in the Cat D, you get your keys to your door, and you get a good accommodation, and you got a job.
Yeah.
Imagine getting a job as a prison officer. It's lovely.
You get £400 a week or 500.
Could one of the inmates at your prison, could they wake up in the morning, put on a prison uniform and
no.
start and work there as well?
No.
Maybe not that prison. It's the one, yeah.
Imagine that, rolling out of bed, put your prison uniform on, walk out your door, and you start, right, you stop running, you stop fighting.
It wouldn't last 5 minutes.
But I do know Cat D and Cat C prisons though do offer, do you know, like outside people to come inside for restaurant, like for food and stuff, and they do it quite cheap, and it is very nice, and everyone's like, what is this thing? But they're actually people that have been trained to a trade whilst in prison. So okay, so hang on a minute, this is wrong, isn't it? They go to prison, say if they go for a murder, right, and they go through the Cat A, B, they get to C after probably about 5 years now because of all the reductions and whatever. Then they're there, and then they get taught a trade to be out in the community. They get like hotel room, like let's just say Hilton hotel room, and then they've got a key and everything. They come and go as they please within reason, but as in some hotels you do have to be back before a certain time. If you drive a car with a black box, you have to be back at a certain time too, just to clarify. My daughter.
No, just sorry, 1 second. Molly, did you have you booted Minnow? Have you actually booted him or just deleted the comment?
No, Minnow's still commenting.
Yeah, he's still there.
No, well, I'm not going to have any. You can.
I think I've noticed a few kind of slightly questionable ones for you, Sasha, as well.
I'm not.
Can I just say,
Sasha's sticking up. Sasha's all right.
Is it?
I'm not having somebody call somebody a fucking idiot. I'm not having it. So they're gone.
I've just noticed there's a few no particular
I've
very
known
nice
Chris for a
comments.
very, very long time. I've known Chris for a very long time on here, and I have seen interviews with him, and I've seen his uniform, I've seen everything, and he spoke about his job, he spoke about everything, and you know what, he's a spot on, straight up guy who'll say it how it is. I think obviously on this channel there's a lot more people watching, and so you've got to be careful.
My point is
I'm not bullshitting. Fighting trolls, see me in prison once.
Never. That is funny as fuck. Sorry.
I'm gonna head off for the night, guys. I'm getting pretty tired now, so.
All right, Jack. I'm going to be back in a few minutes anyway. So no worries. No, Chris. Do you mind if I ask you, Chris? Is it a speech impediment you've got?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. No, because I'm not having some. I mean, I've got my own issues, and when I came back after my stroke, I had a bit of a, I couldn't talk properly. I was struggling with words and things like that. But somebody, and I'm not saying this to upset you, I'm saying this to prove a point. Somebody said something about Chris the idiot, and I'm not having that. All right, so I've just kicked him off the channel because I'm not having anybody fucking abuse somebody, either on the panel or in the comments about something like that, a speech impediment or some other impairment that they might have. I'm not fucking having it.
No, okay.
Yeah, we booted Crinkle off for being an idiot.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Pat, I'm not bullshitting. I told Charlie my uniform.
You broke up again there. I didn't hear it.
I think
perhaps I'm not bullshitting. I showed Charlie my uniform. I could check yourself.
Oh no, I listen. I've got no reason to doubt you. If Angela says that she's seen it herself, have you seen it yourself?
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
RJ has, quite a few people have. Jay,
Yeah,
he's a very good friend of Shelley's. And,
yeah. I think you was on. Actually, Chris, I remember now. You was on the live stream that Shelley done during the week that I jumped on briefly for.
No, because there's two Chris's, isn't there? and he's always going on. He's very polite, and he's straight up. He's been on Shelley's live before, and she did. If you look back on Shelley's, she does actually talk about an interview with a prison officer, and he's straight up about it, you know, and he's got no qualms, and he'll always say, you know, like he will always back up the right side. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. You know,
And you
as
know
I
what?
say,
He's a lovely guy.
Anyone's welcome on the channel, okay, if they're respectful, okay, and I've got no issues with that whatsoever. So whoever they are, this is why when I do my phone-ins, I say, look, if you want to whistle, if there's somebody out there that wants to whistle blow, if it's a copper that wants to phone up and talk, you know, just anonymously, then I'll be respectful of that, and I'm not going to sit there and I wouldn't take people slagging them off in the comments while they're trying to talk and stuff like that.
Well,
And
that's what happened with the other coppers that we used to have in here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I know you don't like the police, like, you never slacked off a prison service.
Well, it's not that I slag off the police, okay? And it's not that I don't like the police. I don't like the ones that don't do their job. And I have spoken about prison officers on the channel before. There is far less prison officers that come up than police, obviously. But occasionally a prison officer will come up, and I will put that out on the channel because it is a public service, you know, working for the Crown ultimately, and it is it does come under the remit of the channel. So I will.
Yeah, it's corruption.
Yeah.
So I will put it out.
Like I said to Pops, well, no one's getting. In some prisons, no one's getting done now. Yeah, you're just getting sacked.
Which is interesting to know, which might make a good freedom of information request to find out how many have been sacked and how many have been, you know, hang on, how many have been sacked for misconduct and how many have been charged with an offence. I'd have to word it properly. It's getting late, so my brain's not working properly.
That's, you know, the justice system is fucked. The police service is fucked, and the prison service is fucked.
Without doubt.
And the government doesn't give a shit.
Of course they don't, because it doesn't affect them.
Do you know when you them? How many people actually, like, do you know, say that they've been, like, they believe genuinely that they've been wrongly put there? Is it a high majority, do you think? Or, and do you know, like, when you hear, do you ever hear the stories of prisoners? Like, do you ever, like, converse with them and actually sit, like, not obviously sit down and talk with them? I'm not sure how much you can do.
Every 2 minutes.
Did that make any sense?
Yeah, Andrew.
I think she wants to know how many, you know, how many people would you know in the prison would be or would turn around and say, "Oh, I'm innocent." Well, we hear that all the time, don't we? Would it be a high majority?
Yeah, happens quite a lot. That's apart from you probably know yourself. People in prison, they don't like pedophiles, and they don't like women being beaten up or raped.
Yeah.
And they don't like women being raped.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you get smashed in prison. And if you rob from old people, you get smashed.
I wish I could speak to a prison officer and say to them anonymously, of course, and say to them, right, have you ever witnessed, you know, like, or have you ever let any of the Gen Pop get hold of any of the, you know, off the numbers wing? Have you ever let them get hold of any of them? That would be interesting to hear. I'd love to hear some stories there. Stuart Gibbons is going to come back on. I'm going to give it another. Unfortunately, I can only give it about another 5 minutes or so.
I was going to say it's past 12 now,
and I'm going to have to go because I was going to stop at midnight, but I'll give it another 5 minutes or so because I've got an awful lot to do over the next couple of days. So, Stuart, hello again. No, can't hear you.
Yeah, Pops. Yeah,
how about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. No, there was just not an argument in chat. No offense to Chris, I don't know him as a person, obviously, but I have total disrespect for prison officers. And like I say, as a person, you may be okay, but as a prison officer, no respect at all. And people basically said, "Oh, bet you haven't got the bollocks to go on chat or on the panel and say this to him." So I've come on the channel to say it to your face. I have absolutely no issues with giving an honest opinion. I say, as a person, you could be an absolutely amazing person. So please don't think it's an attack on you as a person. But as a prison officer, I think you're glorifying prison, given it, you work in a DCAT, fair enough. But, do people know what a DCAT is like, or the difference between a C or a difference between a B or an A, or, anything like that? Probably not. I did 7 years out of a 10-year stretch a few years back. Yes, been a naughty boy in my past, unfortunately. And all bar 7 months of that was done in BCAT locals. Now, I started off in Norwich, which is my nearest local. And as you probably know, Norwich Prison has its own chapter in Prison Handbook for how bad it is. It's one of the worst prisons in the country. And what I know of Norwich, and then hear of you saying, "Oh, it's wonderful, it's a hotel and this," that's total bollocks.
Yeah,
that's not prison.
Prison.
So I just wanted to, I was trying to sort of say it on there, but it comes across that in chat, obviously there's no body language, no tone of voice. So I just wanted to say it to your face, as people said I probably haven't got the bollocks to. But again, as I say, as a person, it's not an attack at you as a person. It's just not even an attack at you as a prison officer, but just I know what you're saying not to be true in the different category prisons.
Yeah, I just think, well, have you been in the new prison? Have you been in the super prison?
No, I did. I was in Norwich.
New staff.
I was in High Point. I was in Bedford. I was in Bristol. I ended up, the last 7 months I did was actually down in South Devon in Channings Wood.
Yeah. Some prisons you get away with shit. Some prisons don't.
Well, Hawfield, Bristol, it's 23.5-hour lockup a day. So it's literally half-hour exercise, that's it. There's no association of an evening or weekend. Norwich, as I say, it's got its own chapter in Prisoner's Handbook of how bad it is.
Cat D?
Who's that?
Sorry, Cat D is locked up.
I was in BCAT locals, where you first get sent to when you're remanded, or wait, you're arrested and then first put on remand. So every sort of county typically has one, and it's your BCAT local. And then once you get sentenced or whatever, you might, if it's a short sentence, finish it within that prison, or you'll then be shipped out to whether it be a BC, DCAT, etc.
Yeah, what was that in the lockdown?
No, we're talking the end of '99. So I'd say it's quite a few years ago. So.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I was in then. But everyone knows sometimes everyone's locked off 20 hours a day because there's not enough staff. And like Paps knows, everyone doesn't want to do that job.
You say no staff, and that's similar to the coppers. The coppers are always understaffed, but if one of them presses that stupid little button on their radio, the fuckers come out of the woodwork. And it's the same as with a screw. Yeah. They hit that button. How many screws are there? Or how many prison officers are there? Don't tell me you're short-staffed.
Well, yeah. And the managers over-promoted.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. It's like you said about there's no corruption or very little corruption in the prison service. You know as well as I do.
It's a lot of corruption. But people get sacked.
Now, if a screw accused me of riding a motorbike around the landing, the governor wouldn't ask me, or the governor wouldn't question the screw. He'd want to know where I was getting petrol from. That's the corruption in the prison service.
I think Chris said, I don't know if I'm right, but I think Chris has said that there is corruption.
Oh, sorry. It's obviously you're a bit crackly. You're a bit crackly there, so it is hard to catch what you're saying. So
high. Well,
thank you for joining us, Connie.
It is high, isn't it, Chris?
Oh, well, yeah. And people are just getting sacked now because they don't want to get out in the newspapers. Everyone's embarrassed.
Maybe things have changed in the last 2 decades. As I say, this was 23 years ago I got sent down. So
it was all staff in the old days.
I think also though you've got like
What? I'm a married was better than your days. Well, what prison officers only get 27,000 now. And you used to get more back in the days. Well, it's because of government cutbacks.
I still don't think they're understaffed as such, though. I'd say, if something's going down and...
Yeah, because people don't want to go for that job no more.
Say again, sorry?
Yeah, people don't want to go for that job no more.
Well, if you've been inside, then it is a simple case of you've got one adult man that gets enjoyment and paid for slamming another human being behind a sheet of steel. And a lot of people are like, no, I don't want to do it purely because of how shit it is. It's not because of the pay or anything like that. It's purely because it's a fucking horrible job. You're not a horrible person per se to do it, but come on, look at what you're doing. Yes, people have done wrong, fair enough, and we deserve prison. I'm not going to sit here and try and claim that I shouldn't have done. I should have done.
Prison folks with staff and prison folks with the enemy.
But it's kind of hard to explain when you've been there and say it.
You know yourself. It's more drugs in prison to the streets.
Oh God, there is. Oh hell yes. Yeah.
Can I Chris? Can I ask? Not you, Chris. Sorry, Stuart. Can I ask you? It's just gone out of my brain.
What was I in prison for?
No. I would never ask that. I'm so sorry. No,
armed robbery.
I would never ask that. Never.
Well,
sorry.
it was armed robbery anyway, so I'm not. Well,
Okay.
I'm ashamed that I did it, but I'm not ashamed to admit that I did it because it shaped me as the person I am to some degree. So.
I think absolutely. Do you know what? I always believe never be ashamed of your past and never regret your past.
100% Lucifer, all the way through. Guilty as soon as I got arrested. Guilty at P's and D's. Got judge's remand. Never ever said not guilty. I'd done my crime, and why should I put my victim through anymore? Why should I drag them through a trial and just ridiculous? I was guilty, so.
You seem decent enough to stand up, hold your hands up, admit you made a mistake, and learn from it, and say, look, that's it. I'm sorry.
This is one of the things. This is one of the things that I've always said as well. I've always said that if you've done something wrong, just take the punishment. I mean,
cheers, bearded veteran.
I got done.
That's why I like Pat. Trying to fix the justice system.
Say again, Chris.
Yeah, that's why I watch you, Pat. You're trying to make a justice system better.
Well, I'm trying to point out where things might be wrong. I don't know if I'll ever make the justice system any better, but if I can highlight where things are going wrong, and help people protect themselves against stuff. For example, let's use this Chris Cabba situation from last Monday. Black man gets shot, okay, trying to escape from the police. Now, if he was... we don't know yet. We do know the car wasn't his, but the car had a firearms marker on it. He would have had a firearms marker on him if anybody done a PNC check on him. So I reckon a copper has seen him driving that vehicle, said, I know him, let's check him out. Right, there's a firearms marker on him, and that's why they probably pulled him over. That's my opinion. But the problem is he got blocked in. He was being chased by 5 police cars and a police helicopter, and he didn't want to stop. Okay, when he got blocked in, he still didn't want to stop, and he tried to push his way out of the roadblock, and he got shot. Now, it's horrific that anybody has to get shot these days for any reason, but my point is he made a decision to do something he shouldn't have done, when he should have stopped, put his hands up, and said, all right, what's up?
Yeah.
Right.
If he hadn't have run, he'd still be alive.
Yeah, I believe he would. Although people will argue with
colour
that.
doesn't even come into it. If a white guy did the same, they would have done the same.
Yeah, but my point is, if you do something wrong, you put your fucking hands up to it. I have, I got done for the weeds that was being grown in my spare room. As soon as they knocked on the door, I said, I know why you're here. It's upstairs. You know, the room's upstairs on the right-hand side. There's no point in
help
lying
yourself.
about it. No point in trying to get out of it. Just fucking put your hands up and say, do you know what? You fucking caught me. Do you know? End of. And as Stuart said, you know, if you admit when you're wrong. And this is what this world. We need more people to just simply admit when they're wrong, when they're fucked up, and stop trying to hide it behind whatever excuse they can come up with.
Just adding on to that, you say about admitting it. We're all guilty of something, whether it be, I don't know, as a child breaking something and then lying to your parents or whatever. We've all done something that we're guilty of.
Yeah.
And hiding that guilt, lying about it, not admitting it, it's fucking hard work. Once you admit to something, oh, fuck, seriously, it's a relief. So, you know, being nicked and just saying, you know, or seeing video evidence as like, guilty, yes, it's me, you know. My God, what a fucking relief it was. Just to be able to just not worry about it anymore, because you're just walking down the road and you hear a cop car and it's like, oh, fucking hell, they're for me. Or you walk past a copper or just a whole host of things. But once you've admitted it, it's over. And it's just, it's done, you know.
Yeah, perhaps. I got told some of cops have got criminal records.
Yes, they have, yeah. Yeah, they're still taking out.
In the prison service, you don't get in. You got the criminal record.
You watching the time, Pat?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up in just a second. So they won't let you in the prison service if you've got a criminal record, which is good. Which is good, obviously.
You can.
I'm listening. Go on.
Well, yeah, in the police, you can.
Yeah, in the police, they will let you in with some offences, but then, you know, if a lot of these people are committing offences whilst they're in uniform, or not in uniform, but whilst they're police officers, and still being kept on, and still being paid, and it's disgusting.
Like drink driving.
But what do you think, Paps? Because there's not enough coppers, and they're struggling to recruit.
No, I don't think that at all. I think they can recruit just fine. I think there's enough narcissistic fucking scumbags out there for the police to pick from. I don't think it's to do with recruitment issues, personally.
I think a little bit though is a lot of the police constables and stuff don't want to move on to detective for whatever reason it is. I think because of the stress of the role. This is what I've been learning off Reddit as a infiltrate. But anyway, and also there's fucking memories shit in here. Fucking hell. Oh my God. But yeah, so I also found out that there were so many police officers that were allowed into Derbyshire Constabulary with a range of offences, from assault and battery to drink driving to domestic violence, all of that, going from 1990s or something like that upwards till like probably current day. But also, do you mean like you get figures and stuff about what crimes have been committed and the charge process, CPS and stuff? There was a thing about coercive and controlling behaviour, and there was 340 something people that like were willing to go forward, but there was insufficient evidence, and then the rest of it, like the 400 something odd, they didn't have insufficient evidence. And Joe, like it was blatantly the same amount was that they had sufficient evidence. No, they had insufficient evidence, but the victim was willing to proceed. And then the other one was where they had insufficient evidence or something like that. Anyway, I need to just shut up. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I know what I'm trying to say. Oh, God.
Perhaps. What do you think about the prison service? You think I'm going to employ you think I'm going to employ people? It's not up to the job. And people are gone after 6 months or 12 months.
So I'm struggling to hear what you're saying in a full sentence, Chris. I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, perhaps. You think people go for a prison service a bit naive? Well, some people said I'm a bit naive.
Well, I think the same with the police. Okay, they're taking people on. Not everybody, but they are taking a lot of people on that haven't got much life experience, that haven't got much of the experience that they need to deal with such a role. Yes, you can learn that over time, but I think in a role such as the police or the prison service, where you have got people's human rights in your hands and other things like their lives, in a sense, because when people are in prison, a lot of people can't handle it and they want to do themselves in. So I think that a lot of people are prepared for those jobs, but they're put in those jobs, and then we see incidents of people being hurt, people being, people killing themselves, people having, charges against them because they've infringed on somebody's human rights, simply because I don't think that they've got the not everybody. So this isn't about you, Chris, because I don't know you as a person, but there's a lot of people that are being taken on in these roles that just haven't got the head on their shoulders to do the job.
Yeah, so some people said to me, "I give you 12 months, you be gone."
How long have you been there now?
About 3 months. I told Charlie.
Yeah. What was the reason you wanted to go into it, though? I think that's the most important thing. Because everything, I think everyone goes into jail.
I want to help people. I want to stop people going back into prison. I want to get people into jobs. But some people want to go back.
Yeah, I think maybe for you then, in an honest opinion, I think you're more in the sense that
get people jobs.
Yeah, I think in working for the prison service, I think the government do want people to not reoffend and go back to prison. I do think that they probably want that to happen because it's going to cost them less money. But when you've got private prisons that operate on profit, that operate on repeat customers, there is less of an incentive to rehabilitate people.
Yeah, perhaps you got private prison by you. All costs.
Alt course, yeah, we've got alt course. We've got another one here as well. Walton, that's it. Yeah.
I mean,
I've never seen the inside of a prison, by the way. Just to let everybody know.
Chris was saying people must think he's naive. Blah blah blah. It's like not at all. Any prison officer has, there's entry requirements. You have to do training, so you obviously pass that. So you're not naive. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the job you're in. But there's obviously, with there being 4 different categories of prison, going from a D cat, I think if you went into a B cat or an A cat, then you'd be quite naive because you've only get to work in the easy-going prison, shall we say? So,
a lot more hostile, isn't it?
Well, yeah, if you start in, say, an A cat, you could then work in any of the other category prisons.
Yeah, I'm trying for a prison by you.
You're trying to what? Sorry.
I'm trying to get in the prison by you.
So Angela spoke over you then, and I missed it. You're trying to.
I'm trying to work in the prison by you.
How are you?
I could move to Liverpool.
All right, cool.
I think that
you won't see me in there.
Not from lack of trying.
I was just going to say there, obviously I'm more for rehabilitation and stuff like that for offenders, but obviously there's certain kinds of offenders that cannot be rehabilitated. I think prison would be better and more of a deterrent if it was harsher sentencing, harsher conditions, and far less of the shit that they've got in there, like fucking pool tables and games consoles and TVs and what have you. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be in there as a fucking punishment at the end of the day.
Yeah, I know people though.
The punishment is losing your freedom, isn't it? We're still human, or prisoners.
But they're not exactly losing their freedom. They get so many more privileges than the.
In that 7 years that I was in prison.
One sec, Chris.
That 7 years I was in prison, I wasn't allowed to pop downtown. I couldn't zip to the takeaway. I couldn't just go out and get banged when I went. Well, I suppose I could do, but it weren't for me, you know. But no, your freedom has gone. Yes, you might be allowed out of your cell, but you're still within the confines of whether it be your wing or the prison, you know, if it's a bit of a walkabout outside during decent weather. But your freedom has gone. And that is your punishment. No, you can't vote in prison. You have to fill census in, because I was in there over 2000. So, you know, how embarrassing is that in 50, 60, 100 years' time, my name's going to be there on the census as being in prison. You know, it's like, oh, for God's sake, you know.
Don't worry.
Be around to care, no, seriously though, you've lost your freedom. That is the punishment.
Yeah.
Yes, because I'm going to have to make this the last thing, Chris, I'm afraid, because I've got to get off after this. But go ahead.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I'm trying to stop people going back into prison. I'm okay with them. Well, you think I'm wasting my time, yeah, in that job?
No, I wouldn't say. No, I wouldn't necessarily say you're wasting your time. You're working for the prison service. I think a minute ago, I think if you was working for a private prison, if you're working for G4S or any of the others, I think you'd be wasting your time if that was your goal, because their goal is to make profit. Their goal is for repeat custom. Okay, so actually rehabilitating people is not good for business. But I do think that the government, for all their faults, I don't think that they want people going around murdering people. They don't want crime to disappear, obviously, because, you know, it takes a lot of people out of work. But I don't think they want people going around killing people and raping people. I don't think anybody wants that. So working for the prison working for the actual prison service, I think personally, I think that you're in the right organisation to try and do what you want to do. Now, whether you actually manage to do that or not is a different question, and that, you know, and I'm not saying that's on you. That would be on the prison service itself, because if they want something to happen or they don't want something to happen, they'll make sure that it doesn't happen. So if they don't want people being rehabilitated,
perhaps you think I'd be gone probably in 6 months.
That I couldn't say. I couldn't say, and I wouldn't say, because I don't know you well enough as a person, and I don't know what it's like working in the prison service. So I wouldn't. I couldn't say with any kind of honesty whether I think that would be the case or not. I'd like to think that you stick it out if it's what you want to do. I'd like to think that you manage to stick it out, and I hope that the politics behind it all doesn't get you to leave before you manage to do what you want to do.
Yeah, perhaps it's not about power. I just want to get people jobs. I just want to not going back into.
If you really want to make a difference, Chris, progress in the prison service, become whether it be a number 5, number 4, all the way up to number 1 governor, and really make a difference and get rid of the arseholes within your prison that aren't making a difference, that do want to sort of just be dicks. And I'm talking about the screws here, not the cons, or sorry, the guests or whatever they're called now. But, you know, make your way to governor and make that difference.
And they're called service users, aren't they?
Are they service users? When I was there, we were convicts and they were guests, and fuck knows. To me, it's still cons. You're being convicted. You're a con.
Perhaps do you think I'm too soft to be screwed? Lots of people say that.
Do I think?
Do you think I'm too soft?
Again, I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no, because I don't know you well enough as a person. We've only spoken a few times. You know, if it was Roger asking me that question, I'd probably be able to answer, because we've known each other for longer, and I've got to know Roger. But for yourself, Chris, I wouldn't want to say, because it would be wrong for me to make an assumption based on what I know of you and what little I know of the prison service, as in working for it. So I'm not going to make that assumption. But guys,
please, can I just say one thing? Just one thing.
Right, it'll have to be quick, because
it will be really, really quick. I do think, though, the job, what I do admire what you want to do, but I don't think necessarily that role is right for you. There's different things that are in the service, like that help in the community. Like if you go on to Work with Offenders, it's a website, And it's got things like community payback supervisor, where you're working with these people in the community to help them get back to where you're saying that that's where you want them to be. And you've got all different ones that are like all over the country. You've got like serious violence, any knife crime specialist. You've got oh my gosh, there's so many jobs that are needed, like vacancies that are needed. Like
Sorry.
literally, like recovering navigators. So I'm assuming that's someone that's like disappeared or whatever, or maybe not. Prison link worker, lived experience co-coordinator, maybe not. Probation officer, just things like that. Do you know, like where you actually want, that's the kind of thing that you want to do, rather than, or I think to be fair, prison officer to me is someone that prisons like is the officer, like you just want to control that prison and you're controlling them people. I do think there's more roles out there in the community that might be more suited, but that's just my opinion. Just saying. And
Right. Guys, I want to thank you all. I'm sorry for anybody that's not been able to get on this evening, and sorry for the Skype going tits up earlier. I genuinely don't know what happened there, but I've got a shit busy day tomorrow, and I really need to get some sleep so I can get up at a reasonable time in the morning. So I want to thank everybody that's joined us this evening, that's still in the chat and that's on the panel.
Thank you for having us on.
Thanks for having me back a second time just to speak to Chris there.
It's absolutely fine, Stuart and Chris. Nice to see you again, my friend. But everybody else, I hope to have this whole Nightbot thing sorted out properly next week. But I mean, it seems to be kind of working at the moment, but let's hope I get it fixed, and let's hope I get the Skype fixed as well. But thank you once again for joining us. As always, this channel would be nothing if it wasn't for you lot. So total respect to every single one of you for being part of the community. And
I'll have a chat with you later in the week, Dan.
No worries. And
it wouldn't be the channel without you. And it's actually good being you.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just take it. Oh.
Bumblebee. I will do. In fact, I'll write it down now, so I don't.
And then you will forget you've written it down.
Write it backwards and a post-it note and stick it in your forehead. So next time you look in the mirror, you'll be like, "Oh, okay."
You have to remember to write down that you wrote down.
Right, I've written it down. It's on my keyboard. Okay, so in the morning I'll see that. And then I'll move it.
Many notes.
Then I'll move it. I'll move it in the morning so I keyboard and forget where I've moved it to. No, I promise you, I will contact you, Bumblebee. I promise you. And apologies for the delay. Tiff, Sonic, Roger, Chris, Angela, Stewart, Lord Pat, thank you for joining me. And with that said, we are out of here.
Night all.